And welcome to the Road to the NHC, the weekly show that's your ticket to the 2025 National Horse Players Championship in Las Vegas. Each week, we'll dive into the world of online tournament play, showing you how to navigate through feeders as well as qualifiers. My partner, as usual, to the Road to the NHC is none other than Wood Memorial winner and defending Silver Sunday champion and 2022 NHC champion, David Harrison. What's up, my man?
What's up, Scotty Pick 6? How's everything going these days? Happy TGIFF, as I'd like to say on Fridays.
That's right.
And let's have a profitable weekend out there to all the horse players, and let's start getting rolling today. Have some fun, and hopefully pick some winners and get you on the right path here.
Of course, the goal is to get as many EquinEdge customers and players and the community to be able to qualify for the NHC and realize actually how easy it is to get there and do it. It's not too tough. In fact, in that free qualifier the other day, I don't know if you saw that last week, but Christina, came in second. She's been an EquinEdge customer for a long, long time. So I was pretty pumped to see her get a second, and she qualified for the NHC. So it's going to be nice to see her in Las Vegas.
I did see her name up there, and I did look a little familiar, and I'm like, I may know her, I may not, but congratulations. That is fantastic. And the advantage is for Christina, if you're listening, that you've got your seat real early. I mean, so you've got plenty of time. You don't have to sweat it out. It's sometimes the pressure as it builds up towards the end of the year. Last year I was in January and I still hadn't gotten a seat, and it's even more pressure for me because I'm a defending a past champ, and you don't want to. You want to get the opportunity. Somebody eventually is going to repeat, and I'd like to be the guy to do it, obviously. But yeah, so get that seat early. It takes a lot of pressure off, and sometimes when you play with less pressure, it's easier. You just sometimes the same thing if you play for live money with scared money. Sometimes when it's not a good thing. So it's all house money from here. Try to get that second seat, and you don't have to sweat it out. Congrats. That is fantastic.
Of course, for those of you that want to play in the feeder, which is only $18, it's right in front of you here. You can sign up over at horseplayers.com, and it's races 3 through 5. So 3, 4, and 5, and then Aqueduct races 2, 3, and 4. So 6 total races for $18. And I think it's usually it's around the top 45 players will, if they qualify, they'll get to the qualifier, and that's a $75 entry, so you can save some money. I don't think it's really that tough to do. There's 6 races, and you're just looking to pick winners, and so we'd highly recommend that. We're gonna go over those 6 races with you. We'll do that, and then we'll also go over the qualifying races today here on horseplayers.com, and you can see here there's 235 entries into the qualifier. So it looks like there's going to be a lot of players. Usually there's going to be anywhere, what do you say, David, usually around 420 to 500 players usually?
Yeah, probably around 4, mid-4s, low 4s today, you would think. I think with Keeneland being the closing day of the Keeneland meet, you'd probably be a little more on the high end. But yeah, about that.
Yeah, okay. So why don't we start with Keeneland race number 3, and let's get over to there. And then I thought this was a free square. What did you think about the 3 horse? Let me run the simulator first, and we'll sort this here and we'll run it. Let's go. So I think the 3 horse is dangerous to go gate to wire, David. I mean, look how almost immediately this horse is 3.5 lengths in front.
Yeah, and so the simulator has this horse hanging on comfortably, you would think.
Yeah, it starts giving up a little bit. Now the 2 horses, look at the 2 horse. The 2 horse is a closer. I just think maybe too late, but the 2 horse is definitely a nice horse, and we'll look at that horse a little bit closer, but you can see the 3 holds on barely over the 2. But that's a significant pace advantage. Nobody really able to go with that horse. And the horse has some substance. And it's the top EquinEdge pick, top Scotty pick, top pace, top win percentage, and the lowest of the EE morning lines. But why don't we take a look real quickly at this Miss Astor? And I put a note on this horse last time out. Terrible ride, watch for next. So we know this horse is better than that. That was the first race off a layoff, facing similar horses, same distance, everything. And I mean, that horse broke 10th and was just flying at the end. I think it's going to be too late again. But if you don't believe in the 3-horse, then the 2-horse could be your play. And then here's Antonucci's horse. She's 7%. Tyler Gaffleone was aboard for that. No, he was not aboard. Excuse me. Castellano was aboard for the last 2 wins. But this horse, David, has won 4 races in her last 5.
Yeah, it's Scotty. When I handicapped this race yesterday, the first thing obviously that stood out to me is we got a lone speed. There's nobody close on the pace projected pace metrics that is going to be close to this horse. However, when I see an obvious, it looks almost too good on paper that this horse is going to win, wire to wire. There's no speed, but you know how races develop. So I'm always looking for an angle. Yeah. I mean, if this is a horizontal, if I'm playing horizontally into pick 4s and pick 5s, this is a must use. You've got to have this horse. But everybody's going to have this horse. But for contest purposes, usually if I would play 2, yeah, I think you'd have to use it on 1. But there's 2 concerns I have. Now, it got the clear lead at Gulfstream in both races, and that was at Gulfstream. And this horse prior to that was racing down on the Maryland circuit at Laurel in a cheaper level. We had in a $25,000. She was in a $25,000 claimer, 16. They were both non-winners at 2 lifetime, $40,000 claimer, and they were sprinting this horse. This horse was.
Who are we talking about again? I'm sorry, I missed that.
New Rome, the 3.
Okay, got you. You're talking about the 3. Okay, got
it. Yeah. So this horse was sprinting. And then we had a trainer switch. Jenna Antonucci took over, and they stretched this horse out. And the horse went wide to wide, responded, and then the second time out, it basically ran the same race at a slightly higher 35-25 claimer, and both times just won pretty comfortably wire to wire. Now, when you see a race with lone speed, your next question is, okay, who is going to be close? Is this horse going to take any pressure at all? And the answer is yes. I think the 10 is going to give this horse a little bit of pressure.
10 is scratched.
Oh, the 10's out. Sorry about that. I see 8, 10. All right. Well, that changes a little bit. Okay, so you. So I thought the horse would take a little bit of pressure, but with that being said, Mrs. Astor, who second race off a layoff for Jonathan Thomas. He's got a number of horses in for today and a couple tomorrow, and I think he's got some live horses. But yeah, I mean, there's not the 2. It doesn't have any speed. I don't think she probably will be flying at the end. Probably get up late, maybe a second or third. But the only other horse that I wanted to point out is that I think I want somebody who could be possibly stalking and closer to the pace. Okay, I think that's the only chance you're going to have to beat. Chance to beat New Rome is to be laying somewhat close to the pace. And so I took a look at the 1, Melania, the Michael Tomlinson horse. Now this horse raced in his last race at Turfway Park on a synthetic, and had an inside post and really didn't run very well. But that was off a long layoff from July to 23, where it raced at Colonial Downs on a decent race. I mean, that was a decent third in that race. And some of the races at Colonial in the summer, they're all loaded. So the race previous raced at Churchill, and in a pretty solid field, and you ran an even race 5th. So I think second race off a layoff. I think this horse may be able to stalk. So the play for me in the feeders, if I'm looking, I would play 2 feeder tickets. So I'd use the 3, which is the lone speed, on 1, and I would try to squeeze in the 1 on my second ticket. So Scotty, on this race, it's 3-1, hoping the 1 can stalk, and maybe it'll be a slow pace, and this horse can maybe make a move at the 3, and at the least hold on for a place position.
Well, The 3-horse, every one of these horses has 1 win, except for the 3. 5 wins. It's just that's pretty damning. I will say this: this 5-horse coming off a layoff for Grand Motion, Luis Saez. This horse has something to it, right? There's something about this horse, I think, off the layoff, especially. Look, and that optional claiming over at Tampa for $75,000, this filly actually ran pretty good and barely lost. So maybe there's something there. Graham is 19% off of layoffs. It's the Scotty long shot. You know, if I'm trying to beat the 3, for me, it would be the 5-horse. So, and then David, you are going to go with the 1-horse.
It's 3-1. Yeah.
3-1. Okay.
Right. Now, the 5, I did look at the 5, and the 5 can be a little closer to the pace, possibly, but the long layoff concern, this isn't even, we're talking about February 23rd. That's a long layoff. Now, what is Graham off a layoff like that? I'm sure he's probably 12, 13%. That's what my guess would be.
He is 19% off the layoff.
19%, better than I thought. So, yeah, but that's a long layoff.
But let's look at this horse a little bit closer, right? We'll look at the treble line. Okay, so if you look at the 5, we're talking about Pelota Sisters, which is the Scotty long shot. That's the long shot algorithm. We have this horse broke her maiden, gate to wire against a 48 group. Okay, no big deal. Then comes back against winners, was tight, steadied, and still only lost by 3.5 lengths, going from a 48 to a 66. Right there alone, that's showing some talent. Now, albeit against 2-year-olds, okay, to be fair. It only had a couple of races as a 2-year-old, or 4 races as a 2-year-old, as a 3-year-old. So it has been off a long time. But look at this. Broke out, bumped at the start, still only lost by 3 lengths against 10 other horses, and then comes back over at Tampa Bay in that race and gets a 2nd place finish against 7 other horses. So this horse has clearly showed some talent, whereas the 3-horse is not a class horse per se, but this 3 has really found its groove, seems to be doing very, very well, and is lone speed. Will be tough to catch, but I do think a horse like the 5 Pelota Sister makes a lot of sense. And of course, the 2-horse Miss Astor has some class. This horse definitely has some class, facing better horses than what's lined up in here, but just has 0 speed, not a good breaker on top of that. That's doubly bad. So I'm going to try to beat the 2, knowing that if it got a perfect trip, it might be tough to beat, but there's not going to be much speed lined up in here. So for me, 3-5, for David, 3-1.
The only other thing I would say about Pelota Sister, Scotty, in my opinion, is this horse, if she had one race back, I'd like this horse a lot. But I'm always a little wary of the long layoff. If that was a December or November, December type of layoff. But the horse is definitely has the potential to be a big factor here.
Well, if you look at the workouts for the return, look at those. We've got notes on every one of these horses from Bruno. And Perianca and Pelota Sisters worked 5/8 for motion, and Pelota Sister was best, finishing ahead in front while doing things easily. But look, these are 3 stars as far as you can see. This horse is training tremendous. And,
right.
Yeah.
And also 6 starts and 3 treble lines, right? 3 of the races the horse had trouble. So you're giving you have justification for using a horse who's probably going to be 8, 7, 8, 9 to 1. So
for sure. No doubt about it. All right. So that's race number 3 at Keeneland. We're talking about right now, if you're new, if you're just getting on, welcome. I'm Scotty McKeever, and with me is David Harrison, the 2022 NHC champ. And we are covering feeder races that you can sign up for at horseplayers.com. If you don't have an NTRA account, go to the NTRA, and that's what that looks like. And then go to the NTRA and you can sign up. It's very easy to do. So, all right. And then we are going to go to race number 4 from Keeneland. So we covered this race. Last night on the Beat the Clock show with Bruno DiGiulio. And if you missed that, you want to go back and check that out on YouTube. Bruno is definitely a character. I don't know if you got a chance to catch some of it, but
He sure is a character.
He was on fire. Yeah, he was on fire, and but there's so much to learn from Bruno, and there you go. Chrissy made it.
Hey, Chrissy, congrats.
Yep. Way to go. Way to go. That was amazing. Christina got second out of, I think it was 2,070 people or something like that.
Over 2,000 people. Yep.
Yeah. So can't wait to see you out there.
I think I ended up about 700th, which I was pretty happy with. My son entered. He's trying to qualify. He tried last year. But Kevin is trying to qualify, and he was getting all bummed out. He says, "Dad, I finished 1,500th." I'm like, "Just don't worry about it." I used some of the names in back of you. If I showed you some of the names in back of you, you wouldn't be as worried.
Oh,
yeah. Multi-participants, and yeah. But that's fantastic, Chrissy. That is just an amazing accomplishment with so many people. Yeah,
100%.
Excellent. We'll see you in Vegas.
Yeah, we're gonna see you in Vegas. All right, let's run this race. Let's see what happens here. Sort this and let's go. Don't over strategize for sure, but you can definitely, playing these tournaments will help you. And don't be surprised if you do play these things and you get a second entry. I wouldn't be surprised. Especially do it through these feeders for $18. There's 6 races. You're going to know in an hour and 10 minutes. So, okay, the 5-horse Barbati, that's the top EquinEdge or top Scotty pick as well, 36%. I will tell you, this 3-horse, I'm thrown off. Very, very few times I'm thrown off with our numbers, but we're giving this horse a 29 GSR. I want you to look at this work, okay? Like, watch this workout. It's a solo drill for Pontresina. Look at, I'm just monster work for this horse. Watch. I mean, this horse is like a Cadillac, David. It is unbelievable. This is a 29 GSR horse. I like, it's got to be wrong. I don't ever question our numbers, but like, look at this horse. Wow.
I don't know who coined this phrase, but it's moving like a fine-oiled machine.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, who knows if this is just morning glory, but I don't know. And Ashley knows too. So Ashley, we were talking to Bruno last night in the show, and I think Ashley gets on horses in the morning too. It was just, this horse just looks regal, the way moving very easily. Never was asked. Let's look at it again. I would love Ashley's opinion.
So Bruno was
raving about this workout. And, and then I guess, I'm not an expert at it. That being said, I've seen a lot of workouts. I mean, this horse is just doing it easily, and it looks, to have a lot more horse, beautiful action to me. It's a gorgeous animal.
Yes, it is. Yes, she is.
Anyways, it is a low GSR, so I had mixed feeling. Bruno gave this horse a 4-star for that workout. I like seeing the workouts in company more, but the reason I bring this horse up is, and even the simulator doesn't like this horse, but it's lightly raced. It had a long layoff after its first race. It didn't fare well off the layoff, and Dutch Rose usually pretty good with horses first race back. So I don't know, but that was sure a nice looking drill to me. Maybe that's a horse that has to be used. The 2-horse, this horse, we watched the workouts here. We watched Bruno did not like this horse whatsoever. The action didn't seem very good. And this is going to most likely be your favorite with Wesley Ward.
Yeah, I think Scotty's the Barbara exacta here. It looks like you got Barbara T, the 5-horse, and how do you bet against Wesley Ward? So we got Barbara T and Barbara Torridge. So you know that exacta is going to be overplayed. So I want no part of that exact. But yeah, I mean, you've got the long layoff. It's Wesley Ward. Wesley has 10 winners at the meet. Everything he's sending out on the track is running. So I guess you'd have to use, but that's concerning with blinkers off, Lasix on. There's a Stone Street horse. They paid for just $425,000 horse. So they had high hopes for this horse. But yeah, it's hard to throw out a Wesley Ward horse. And this Barbara T, based on her only race at Del Mar. Again, a layoff. I mean, if this horse, she runs back to that race, it is going to be very, very difficult to beat. So I looked at two other horses that I may have interest in. So my plan was I was going to I'm going to try to avoid using the 2-horse. I'm looking for on my second ticket, probably a better price. I will use Barbara T as my preferred. Definitely, based on that last race. If she runs back to the last race and we don't have any other horses, like that first time start of the 7, it does end up being a solid horse. This horse will win the race. With that being said, I'm looking for a little value here, and the other horse I looked at is the 1, Corey Felice. Okay. This horse, again, now we got a couple of horses off layoffs, and this is one of them. She hasn't raced since May 5th, which is was that Kentucky Derby day last year. So that really concerns me. And the horse was she showed a little speed from an outside post and just totally packed it in and stopped basically. But if you look at that was they ran 122 and 3 as 7. That's a strong field. But the race that I like is her opening race about a year ago at Keeneland. This horse ran a nice third. She had an outside post and then closed nicely for third. So we have a long layoff, which is obviously something went wrong. This is a run happy. This horse is a sprinter, in my opinion. And there's 2 works that I like, the work on April 10th at Keeneland and the work on March 26th. And I actually watched, I believe March 26th, we have the Bruno workout, and I watched it last night. And again, I'm not a workout expert. I do go to Saratoga in the mornings when I'm up there to watch the horses work. Sometimes it confuses me more than anything because there's so many horses on the track. I'm like, who is that horse over there? And then you lose the horse, and it's like, I know that's Pletcher. Is Pletcher around? Can I ask him who that horse was? So with that being said, there's 2 things that give the horse some look. Is, in my eyes, is a third over the track, and racing in good company, and 2 workouts that over the track that look pretty solid to me. The layoff is a concern, but there's a lot of horses that have concern in here. The 2-horse hasn't been out in a year. The 5-horse was going to be the favorite, hasn't been out in 10 months. So for me in this race, it was going to be 5 on one ticket and 1 on the other, 5-1.
Okay.
Can we pop up that work? Do you want to pop it up? I mean, we don't.
We can. Let's do it.
That's the 26th.
Yeah, March 26th. And,
47 and 1 breezing. And she's inside of the workmate.
I can tell you Bruno didn't like this horse.
Okay.
He did not like this horse. And I'll point out some stuff that I think you can see the horses all out right here, and they're not even really going that fast. Well, no, they went 47 and 2, but Bruno didn't like this horse for whatever reason. That workout wasn't very impressive to me. The other thing I didn't like, David, about this is this horse comes over, probably surprises the connections. The horse runs third by a length and a half, and they bring the horse right back. Huh?
Mm-hmm. At 40 to 1, I'm sorry. Yep.
At 40 to 1. but then comes back literally like they bring you. You're not taking a quality horse and bringing this horse back 2 weeks later. I don't know. It just that threw me off as well. Mike Puich is 10% with layoff horses. The horse is drawn to rail. You know what I'm saying? Like I think there's a lot of obstacles for this horse to win this race.
Oh, I totally acknowledge that. And sometimes you look and you're like, yeah, maybe making a mistake, but again, hey, listen, there's question marks on a lot of these horses. If the 5 runs the race that she ran back at Del Mar in July, this race is over.
Yeah.
So I will use her on one ticket, but I always like to have a price to back up. Yeah, I mean, this horse, she may not be that good, the one horse, but she may need and she also may need a race, even if she is good or decent. Yeah. So I prefer a race back, and that's usually not a go-to angle for me, playing a horse off a May layoff. But I think there's question. I don't love the rail, but I'm going for it. I've been I've had a number of ones where I just need an excuse, right? So I need an angle. I have an angle. The horse ran 3rd at 40-1, lost by a length and a half on this racetrack. So there's my angle.
Well, let's see if I can give you another horse to take a look at. This 7-horse Tirapati. This horse got a 4-star from Bruno. This is what he said. Really good for Thomas. Nice in hand. 12-3, 50 flat, 102-3 with a 118 gallop out. So let's take a look at this workout. It's a solo drill. Let's see here if we can move this horse up a little bit. There we go. Tirapati is the name of this horse.
It picks up Jose Ortiz.
Mm-hmm. Gets Jose, who's been in Fuego. This horse just cantering. Beautiful looking animal. And you can see, really nice striding out right there without even being asked. Maybe a little nudged a little bit and got the cue, and that was pretty impressive. This is a first-time starter amongst favorites that might be vulnerable. You got Barbara T, who's coming in from Del Mar last July. Barb Tuarge, in my book, and on the inside, I don't like the horse at all today. It's not the fastest horse in the race either. The 5 is fast. The 1 is fast. I just don't see it. I think a first-time starter like the 7, Tirapati, could sit a really, really, really nice trip. I can't get by this damn 29 GSR for Potracina. I'm having a rough time with it. I don't know why it's got such a low number. That seemed like a nice workout. I would have liked to see that workout in company. Though maybe something's happened to this horse. Maybe it's coming around. I don't know. Irad jumps aboard, but I'm going to try to beat the favorites. I won't put my money on Potracina only because I can't get by the GSR, because I know how accurate that is. And even if it loses a race once in a while, I'm not really going to worry too much about it. I think Tirapati would be my play, the 7. The other thing is, and this horse had a nice April 14th workout for its return, but and Gaffleone jumps aboard for Joe Sharp. It's also the Scotty's second pick, but Bruno liked this horse a lot. Let's take a look at this work back on April 14th. I don't know how good Trey Souls is in the back, but Satin Blue, did that pretty easily. Has kind of a weird way of moving to me. Let's see if this horse. So it has more breeding for dirt. It's been on the turf twice, and the GSR is going from a 53 to a 61. So it is going up 8 points, and the horse has not run bad, considering it broke last in its first start. And last time out, It broke from the 3 hole and only lost by 6.5 lengths. It has every right to get better. Everything is moving in the direction you want to see it, except the win percentage does go down a little bit. But I think on paper, this is a pretty wide open race.
Yeah, the 10 horse never got out of the gate basically bad twice, right? And I wouldn't show any speed because it got with a poor break. Blinkers on today and LASIK's on, but then you're switching from turf to dirt. So you got some factors there, but like I said, there's a lot of question marks with most of the horses in this race, and then that's good justification, in my opinion, to look at the first time starter. Now, Jonathan Thomas on the 7 horse, usually a lot of his horses are turf meant distance horses, in my opinion. So I like to give them a 1 start over the dirt, but this horse is eligible to win. I mean, I've seen Jonathan Thomas first timers win, but yeah, that horse is live. I think between the 7 and the 10, I would prefer the 7. And because we don't know the 2, we don't know what the 2 is going to show with the turf to dirt type of thing. And hopefully Blinkers on, I'll get this horse to break a little better, but yeah,
I will
definitely
say this,
a contender.
I don't think you can ignore this 10. First of all, it's the Scotty second pick. They're adding blinkers. LASIK is on for the first time. Tyler jumps aboard, and the GSR goes up 8 points. Like in a tournament play, there are a lot worse horses you could use that are going to go off the 10 to 1. Right.
Absolutely. So, and also in a lot of tournaments, if I had this race and I'm looking for some value where I can't use the favorite because, say, I'm outside the cut line and this is Saturday mid-afternoon, and I'm like, no, I'm looking for a price. Would I use comparing a first-time starter to a horse who's had 2 starts and has these equipment changes and has excuses in 2 races, bad starts? That's more justification than relying on a first-time starter. So I think it was a tournament where you need a price that may lead to the 10 because the horse does have experience, where you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what the trainer's intention is with the 7, right? Jonathan Thomas, I know, is more the turf distance, and hey, they'd be happy with a nice 3rd on this race, and then probably this horse may be turf meant at Churchill the next month. So we'll see what happens, but. The 10's definitely contender.
It looks based on the GSR Plus grid that this horse is dirt. So, and I think it has every right to run a good race first time out. 4-star work by Bruno. Jonathan Thomas has not started this meet off very good though at Keeneland. So we'll see. Maybe he can come around and but Jose Ortiz has been fantastic. So, anyways, you're on 5-1. I'm on 7-10. Let's go to race number 5. All right. I have a horse here that I think is a must use if you're playing in a tournament, and that is Tough Little Nut. It's a price play, so that's one of our 10 long shot algorithms. It's a horse to watch, 26% chance of winning, so it's got a higher percent chance of winning than what even the win percentage is, and negative 11% ROI and 63% the money. It's the EE second pick, and it's the top win percentage. It's got a very good GSR. I think it's the second or third, and it's 9-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. I had a note on this horse here on the 1026 race. Had a very rough trip, nice horse. Then comes back off the layoff, and against a better field than this, and has a terrible break. And still ended up losing by 3 lengths against that group. Now jumps up in win percentage, facing a little bit easier, and the GSR goes up as well. Second off the layoff, Flavian Pratt jumps aboard. I think you could see all systems go with this long shot here, but that's one of the horses I like, but I think that horse has a big look. You?
Yes, second race off a layoff. I did look at this horse. I think this is a wide open race, and I think the most important factor in this race. This is a 1 3/16 allowance race for fillies and mares, right? I'm sorry. This is that was the first. This is for a 3-year-old colt.
3-year-old.
Yeah, 3-year-olds. So the distance to me is the key. Now, who really wants to go a mile and 3/16? That's pretty demanding for 3-year-olds, right?
Yeah.
Now, I was setting you all up for the punchline. I didn't mention the Jonathan Thomas first-time starter, the 7 in the previous race. That he may like to give his horses a race or two. He's more, maybe the horse is turf meant. Well, here we go. I think the more that I look at this race and the more that I was looking at this horse last night, I was falling in love with it. Was like, okay, what's going to be my main play of the day for real cash money? And I think I may be all over Uncle Truly, the 3-horse. Jonathan Thomas, 3rd race off a layoff, meets that parameter of mine. 2 decent races at Santa Anita. I always give a horse 1 race back to not try to win, just to get a conditioner race, and that would be the race on February 24th. Okay. Then March 29th at Santa Anita. Stretches out to a mile and an eighth. Decent race, nothing earth-shattering. And usually when I see these races, I'm looking, well, is there a horse first-time turf that may be better than these or have a higher upside? I didn't really see anything. I think this race, the distance will be the key. And I love Jonathan Thomas horses trying to go long. And it draws Jose Ortiz. The concern is, now, I guess I've seen Jonathan Thomas now, Scotty, even on the overnights, bringing a lot of horses in. So it looks like at least 6-8 horses he's got that are turf meant here. I just think that this horse also has got the highest. The one note I made in my last night was that distance, 3rd race off a layoff, chipping from Santa Anita, and highest GSR. And I was sold. That's enough for me at a mile and 3/16. The only other horse I wanted to mention who, and again, I'm not sure this horse really is crying out for a mile and 3/16, but I love Catholic boys going a distance, and that's Thomas Aquinas. And 2nd race off a layoff. I'm not sure what that race was all about at Gulfstream on the Tapeta. Probably just a tune-up race. I wasn't that impressed with that race. Has won over the racetrack. Okay, but at a mile, Keeneland, October 12th of last year. Is this horse maybe more of a mile and 8 horse? He possibly is. But when I see 1-for-1 over the turf course, and I see 2nd race off a layoff with a horse, well, hold on a second. Uncle Truly ran against this horse. I had a note here. Maybe it was not the same race. All right, let's scratch that. But those are the 2 that I'd be leaning to in this race. The 3, Uncle Truly, and the 8, Thomas Aquinas. And with an honorable mention, I always have to have an honorable mention to McAvoy, the 4, with Tyler picks up the mount, 2nd race off a layoff. But if I'm looking at the 3 of them, I prefer the 3 or the 8 over the 4. So right for my feeder, I'm going to have the 3 on one ticket and the 8 on the other.
So the first thing I noticed with Thomas Aquinas, that is the Scotty top pick, is that it had a 47 GSR last time out against 8 other horses at a little bit tougher competition than this, off of a layoff, and still only lost by 4.5 lengths. To me, they absolutely gave this horse this race. And now the horse moves up 20 points in GSR. It's 13%. I would have loved to see this horse in the 20s on the win percentage. That threw me off just a little bit. And it told me that this race is wide open. So I liked your Uncle Truly. Little Tough Nut, I think, is the best value at 20% to win. A horse to watch, a price play. It broke 11th last time off a layoff. Chris Block is 17% with 2nd time out horses. I had a note on this horse saying this horse is a nice horse, but it just had a bad break. It has 3-star works, 2 back-to-back. There's videos of this horse here on March 10th. We'll watch this one and see. But it's an easy solo drill over at Fairgrounds. And the horse wants to go. You can see his head up high, and the exercise rider's not letting that happen. But it's a beautiful looking horse, and so
Now, Scotty, how does the GSR on the 6 compare to the 3?
Let's see here. So the GSR on the 6 horse is 66. The 3 is 57. The 3 is a little low, especially going usually, when you're going 2 turns on turf. Hold on. No, 3's got the top GSR. Excuse me, 78.
Right, that's why I had mentioned it.
Yeah, 68. I was looking at the SOR. I was looking at the class. The 6 horse has a 68 GSR. The 8 horse has a 67 GSR, and here's the 10 as well. So if we match this up here to the GSR, which we're doing, then you can see the 3 is 2.5 lengths back. The 6 is a length and a half back. I think we have to give the 1 a good look, the 10 a good look, and the 9 a good look, right? So the 9 is a long shot who is getting on turf. And this horse is jumping in 12 points in GSR and didn't run back. I think this is a really, really tough, wide open race.
Oh, yeah. The 9 horse, right? You know me, Scotty, looking for value. And I looked at this 9. I looked at it a long time. Blinkers on, LASIX on, comes out of the Battaglia, comes out of the Rushaway, off the turf, huge prices. But this horse did run against Thomas Aquinas back in August 12th at Ellis Park and beat him. Yeah, this horse, I didn't love the breeding based on just looking at the pedigree. Didn't love the turf, but again, but again, you can't play them all. So this horse would scare me.
Well, they're adding blinkers to Otis Cabela's too as well,
LASIX,
and getting LASIX for the first time. In a race that doesn't seem, and look at the EE morning line, like 4-1 is the lowest. That's telling you right there that this race is an absolute grab bag. McAvoy, the horse you mentioned, I tell you what, this horse is lightly raced, not a proven loser. Mark Cassie's been on fire. Gaff Leone jumps aboard, second off the layoff for Cassie. That's a big upgrade in jockey compared to who's been on the horse's back, no disrespect. And that was 10 other horses last time on March 24th. I would imagine that this horse has a big look. I would imagine this 4 is very, very live.
Yeah, tough race. And the horse that I would throw out of all these and watch win by 5 lengths is 10 Nomos. Is this horse, this horse hasn't run fast at all and had numerous opportunities in grade 3, grade 2, Saratoga, Keeneland. I just don't think they have much here. And they're looking, it's turf, then back to dirt, 1 1/8 miles. I think Todd's looking at can we get a win out of this? What does this horse like to do? I think that it's clear this horse, what it doesn't like to do is run, or runs an even race every time. And that's a horse is an automatic throw out. But I just want to point out, Scotty, to our listeners too, that when you're looking for long shots and in the NHC or any tournament you're playing, you look for an angle. All right. So with Scotty's point of the 9, you do have some angles. You have LASIX on, blinkers on. So you had that equipment change, going back to turf, coming off of stakes races at Turfway off synthetic. So that's justification. The horse may not run, but it's not like going into a race like, well, why do you like that 20-1 shot or 15-1 shot? And you say, well, I need the horse, and there's no angle. It's run 8th every time. No, you need an angle. So don't be afraid to play a horse that looks improbable on paper, because you don't know. You don't know how. Like, for instance, there'll be a case where there'll be a horse who's never run on a sloppy track, but looks like it's got breeding for a sloppy track, and the horse will be 28-1 in a big field. And I'm like, a friend of mine will be at the track and say, well, how do you possibly use that horse? I'm like, angle, first time slop, might like slop, breeding, blinkers on. So if you're playing a long shot, my advice would be to have some sort of angle. Even if it seems like a bad angle, it's an angle. So you never know.
What do you make of, I know you brought this up. It's kind of weird to me. I know Ian Wilkes, well, maybe, you know what? Let me tell you what could have happened in this race here. You know what? Okay, I'm going to play conspiracy theorist here with what Wilkes did here. I bet you that 3-9 race was on the turf. and it got taken off the turf and, of course, put on the synthetic. And Jonathan or Ian Wilkes is like, hey, we might as well get a race under the horse's belt. I bet you that's what happened.
That is a good premise, I think, my friend. But again, it's a tune-up race, and yeah, most likely. It's funny. You're right. That's a good point because it doesn't like you look at a form or you look at races. Most racetracks, when a race is taken off the turf, there's a little circle there, so you know it was taken off the turf. With Gulfstream, you don't know if this was an originally carded Torpedo race or an off the turf race. So very good point. Very good point. I love Catholic boys. I think I pointed out a couple of episodes ago, and we had a Catholic boy win at 15-1. So, yep.
You know how I'm always telling you that the EquinEdge morning line is so accurate. It really is. No bullshit. It is straight up money, and you can utilize it in so many different ways. I mean, if you see here, this horse is 12-1 McAvoy on the EquinEdge on the morning line and 4-1 on ours. That being said, my point is, when you have a really tough race, maybe you just call at the end of the day, you go look and you go, okay, I'm going to take the EquinEdge morning line horses. And if you go and we throw out the 10, because we don't love the 10, both of us agree on that point you made, the points you made. So if we throw that out, look, I mean, we're looking at 4, 8, 1, 3. I mean, maybe it's just as simple as that. And
right. And
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No. Hopefully, it's as simple as that. But yeah, and I don't envy any track odds morning line makers because that's a difficult job. But Scotty does have a really good point because last night when I started handicapping the races, the first thing I went to is the EE morning line because, and again, it's a difficult job. Don't get me wrong, but I can usually pick up a bad morning line right off the bat after handicapping a race for 20 minutes. I'm like, hold on a second. This horse is never going to be 15-1 morning. That should have been 10-1 or 8-1. But yeah, very useful tool. You'll get a better idea, I think, looking at the EE morning line to what the actual odds will be at post time.
100%. But it based on kind of because sometimes you have to, David. Sometimes you have to make a story in your head. You have to be able to visualize it and go, okay, let me get in the trainer's head. What was the trainer thinking? And because it would make no sense to put this horse on the synthetic. It would make zero sense. The horse is running on the turf last couple of times. It would make no sense. And what I do like is this horse ran on the synthetic, 47 GSR. So this horse moved up 14 points in class, dropped to a 4% win, dropped 20 points in GSR and still ran like that. I mean, how's this horse going to run here? It could be a monster effort here. I think I'm going to really settle in on the 8. I do like this 4 an awful lot. I think the 6 is a very viable long shot. I do worry that, is it going to break good? I do worry about that. This horse faced the 4 horse on 324, and I just like the 4's tactical speed a lot more, and the 4 off the layoff. I think that I'm going to lean more towards the 4 and the 8. So I'm going to do 8-4. That's what 8-4 is what I'm going to do. And I like the 6 too, but I'm going to change up. I'm going 8-4.
And I'm going 3. No Uncle Truly. No love for Uncle Truly.
It's not. It's
you can't use them all.
I've seen you get horses like this, David. And I looked at them and I'm like, I hate that horse. And you get them home. You have a way of doing things. And there's absolutely, and it works for you. And what I tell people is you got to find your way. You stick to it. You're going to lose and you're going to win. But if you keep on alternating and changing back and forth, then you're always on the opposite side of it, right? So, is it my type of horse? It's not. But that being said, I remember I kick myself still. You texted me about a month ago and said I love this 4 horse, and I looked at that horse and I'm like, hell no, that horse not winning. And son of a gun, if that horse on the turf see, the reason I didn't like it is the GSR didn't really love the horse. And you're like, I love this sire on the turf.
Right.
And I'm like,
that was, yep, absolutely. I was salivating when I looked at the first race, and that was Pegasus Day. I was going to do the Pegasus tournament, and I told Scotty, I texted him, I said, if I was at the tournament, I would go all in on this horse, my entire bankroll in the first race.
Yeah.
A lot of people would think that's insane. And the horse won. It also Irad picked up the mount, right?
Yeah.
And I love that horse. And it'll just tell me. So, and again, when you get to the NHC, if you're there and if you've been there before, don't let other people at your table influence. No matter how good of a handicapper you think they are. I'll just tell you a quick story. When the year that I won, 2022, when I was at the final table, two of the gentlemen at my table stayed to root me on. And also, towel me down and, beat up my sweat. I was starting this, they were keeping me calm, thank God. And Gary Wright, who was sitting at our table, really, really good handicapper. And he'd look at me, he says, David, have you handicapped the 7th race? I'm like, he's just looking, I'm like, I'm done. He goes, who do you like? I told him who I liked. And he says, okay. And no expression. I knew what he was going to say. And he said, I know. He says, David, I hate that horse. And I'm like, why do you like that horse? I told him, he says, I still hate that horse. And then I wandered, watched the race. The horse won wire to wire, first time turf at 13-1, 14-1, where I thought I was going to get 6 or 7. Come back to the table. And he says, you were right. I still wouldn't have bet that horse. I'm like, that's why everybody's got a different, approach and a different mentality to how strategy. So sometimes it works. And some horses that he liked, I hated, and he won also. So again, it's good banter back and forth. It's so valuable to get opinions of other horse players. Now, you can't have any collusion. You can't take anybody's picks. Say, okay, I'll just take Scotty's picks. I'll sit at his table and ask him who he likes every race, and then he probably will get annoyed after a while. And it's like, I'm just going to use Scotty's picks. And yeah. So sometimes it works. Sometimes. We have fun doing it.
I thought we would look, since we have the streaming for Keeneland, by the way, big shout out to Keeneland. Big shout out to the Stronach Group for allowing us to have streaming rights. Not everybody does it, believe me. If you don't see us doing live streaming, and you know that the track or the group did not allow us to do it, because we ask every single time. So anyways, give some love to the ones that are giving love back to the horse player and not forcing them to go in certain directions, which a lot of them are doing. In this situation here, Jim Goodman, big shout out to Jimmy, who's just one of the good guys in horse racing, and allowing us to do streaming and hopefully have race replays and live streaming on our site as well for Keeneland. So, but yes, this horse flip-flops. It has a low win percentage. The numbers are wide open. The 7 horse for Wesley Ward. This is a horse that I like. It's the top Scotty pick. I think it's going to get a really nice trip. This 4 the workout was ultra impressive as well. So we watched that, at least from Bruno's perspective. I still have a long way to go. Ashley, to answer your question, I do think the 7 can win the race, but I do think the 4 is super nice. But I think the 7 has the post position to get the best trip. And then in race number 2, Wesley's got the 7 horse Burning Pine. And Burning Pine, let's see here, when we run the race, deserves a long look. I think this horse deserves a look as well. Yeah, I think he could win both. You're not going to get paid much. It's I don't have any notes. I thought this second race, though, was more wide open. I didn't think he had to win. Oh, we did talk about Burning Pine. I take that back. I remember now. Bruno really liked this horse, although this horse is more bred for turf. That's the only thing I didn't love about it. But it doesn't seem like much in here, to answer your question. So,
and to answer your other question, the 7-7 double may pay $3.80 at this point. To Wesley Ward horse. The horse in this first race that I would probably take a look at. Now again, John, you get Wesley Ward with a 2-year-old. I mean, I don't know how you cannot either pass the race or play it. I would have taken the 9, a little shot with the 9, the Quinteros first time turf throw it with a race over the track. So it would probably be 7-9.
Yeah, that's good information, Patrick. Patrick giving information. The 4 outworked
4
into diamonds who won yesterday.
Thanks,
Flirt,
Patrick.
Yeah, and Flirt was outworked by Monterey Bay. That's the angle. So he likes the 4 horse, who's 3-1 right now. Let's just go back real quickly while we can and just look at this race. If we run the simulated race here in the first race, first call, it looks like the 9 and 10 could be dueling early. And then they both, the 9 hangs on for a long time, and the 9 is the Scotty long shot, and also only 7-2 on the EquinEdge morning line. You're getting value right now at 6-1. It's a horse that's run one time. It has every right to improve. It didn't really get a great work, although it was 13 of 102 from Bruno. But I don't think you can ignore the 9 as well. But I do think the 7 is going to be tough to beat in here. There's no late scratches that I know of. Oh, so
it is now post time, and the gate load will get underway shortly for race 1. Window still open.
So post time, we had it right, but post time showed 6 minutes to them, and so people thought they had more time to play. So, so again, in this race, David, the 4 is ultra special work there with flip flops. Bruno, I think he was making this. He might have made this his top pick. I thought Wesley's horse looked pretty darn good. None of these horses are world beaters you're going to see winning a bunch of stakes races. They all have very low GSRs, and
they got to start their career somewhere, right?
They do. I'm looking forward to seeing flip flops, the 4 horse run. To be honest with you, it's going to have to be fast from that rail, right? Going to have to be fast from that rail. So let's see what happens. Good luck, everybody, in your wagers. Here we go.
Good luck. I'm on the 9, 7997.
Flip flops comes forward. Bois Blanc moves into line. Here is Biv.
The 5 horse wins the simulated race, ironically. So it's 17-1. Maybe it's worth $5. They're having a hard time getting this horse in the gate, but I have a feeling that this horse might have more talent than it's showing. It wasn't very visually impressive. I was surprised to see it was on top on the simulator. So at 17-1,
holy name goes in.
Who knows? Jeff says the 7 horse is going to romp. Let's see what happens. 4-5 for Wesley Ward, and your 5-2 second choice is Flip.
Baytown Storm coming forward.
10 makes a nice appearance at 34-1. Here we go.
Good luck, everyone.
And Gautier in line at the post, and they are off.
Gosh, 7 broke a little
step
slow.
slowly. There goes match 5. There goes Flip Flops out for the early lead. Look at My Buckle moves up from 3rd, now 2nd to the inside. Rio de Paz is away 4th. Cotillard on the far outside is in 5th. Her Holy Name is in 6th between horses. And then Bois Blanc, who's 7th, the lane off the rail into the far turn. Saturday Flirt is 8th toward the inside and is running 8 lengths off the lead. Baytown Storm is 9th with a gap of nearly 10 more back to the trailers.
Like and then get behind horses
21.89 seconds
win.
Was the time
Not
for the
very
opening
often,
quarter.
Look
at
the 9's going to win the race.
Separated by a neck around the far turn. Flip flops.
She'll
have to go to the far outside third. Cotillard between horses in 4th. Her Holy Name down to the inside now in 5th. Is running 5 from the lead. Saturday Flirt has to swing out to the center of the course. Saturday Flirt is still 6 lengths away. Flip flops and Saturday Flirt and
7-9. Didn't want to go up the rail.
Look at My Buckle is there toward the inside. Saturday
Flirt
has clear running right down the center of the course. Bois Blanc tries to go with her. Saturday Flirt drifting out wide. Bois Blanc to the inside. It is Saturday Flirt. I read Ortiz Jr. to win it. Bois Blanc was home 2nd, and then Flip Flops was across the line in 3rd.
What that was just ultra impressive. Wow.
Oh yeah. Wesley Ward's got a star 2-year-old on the sprinter on the turf. I'm shocked.
Right?
But yeah, I thought the horse was doomed halfway through when you mentioned that. But
That was
yeah,
insane.
impressive. So now with the 7-7 double, it will be $3.80. But I also wanted to point out that the play here, then, in the way the race shaped up, the finish was the 8. And if you're at the NHC, the 8's going to be a higher price for place than the winning place for the 7, right? But
Yeah.
I would have never used that horse. First time starter, but see, I mean, you can get long shots that you don't even think look like this horse may need a race. I wasn't crazy about the workouts, but should have called Bruno on this horse, the 8.
By the way, great call by Jennifer. I didn't see it, Jennifer, initially, but Jennifer had the 8 and like that and gave the. I didn't see the 8. I don't even see any workouts on the 8. Did you see a workout on the 8? Oh, there they are. Okay. So,
yeah, they're decent workout. Yeah, on April 12th, but again,
yeah, that was a hard one to see, but great call.
Yeah.
Great call, Jennifer. You know, like, first of all, I've been saying since the first week of this meet, watch Luan Machado. It's been crazy. Luan, I don't know, but all I know is just insane. Like, it been on a ton of long shots, riding with a lot of poise, doing fantastic. I mean, that's the horse you want at 28-1. But wow. Anyways, let's get back to race number 6 because we've covered. No, we're done with Keeneland, aren't we? We did 3, 4, and 5, didn't we?
Do we finish? I believe yes, we finished 5. Correct? Let me just make sure.
5.
Look at my notes. Yes, we finished 5.
Okay,
so we have to move over to the Big A.
That's your hometown. You better be giving us some winners.
Yeah, I tried. Just because it's my hometown doesn't mean. Well, the year that I won the NHC, and I think it was a blessing in disguise, Scotty.
Yeah.
The last 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, they canceled the Big A because of weather.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you that when I heard that news on Saturday morning, I was totally bummed out because I'm thinking I have no chance. It's going to diminish my chances of doing well because that's my specialty track. But then what happened is it made me focus more on the other tracks and put more work into tracks I don't normally play. So when you put the work in, it definitely helped me because I realized the first couple of years I was at the NHC, I may have put too much emphasis on the NYRA circuits and races that weren't tournament races because I know these horses. I don't even have to look at a form or look at EE because I bet these horses all the time. They're claimers. They've run 100 times, and you get biased conceptions of these horses that it may not play out right. So that might have been a blessing in disguise. So with that being said, let's move on to my home track so I can knock a few out of the park here.
All right, I know you will. Let's run it. Here we go.
Oh, and I love a horse in this race.
Oh shit! Here we go.
And I won't even.
It's not. Oh man, no. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Hopefully the simulator won't have this horse coming in last.
Simulator's got him up there.
Okay, so yeah, so you're gonna go for the 3 horses, my guarantee.
No. I'm surprising you, Scotty.
Okay.
This is not a price play, but a lock that normally if I'm playing horizontals starting out with the second race, I'm just going to single this horse. And that is the 2 Collected Special. I looked at this race for a while, and I narrowed it down to a few contenders that are most likely to win the race. That was the 1 Aircav, the 5 Augustine Red, Stolen Magic. Those were the 3 I had focused on originally, because I didn't originally like the 25,000 maiden race that Collected Special was in on February 4th. And I'm like, I believe I was playing that entire card that day. There was nothing in that race. That horse went off at 3-5, and the horse it was just a weak race. That horse was a single all day long. I'm like, oh, what a card, this horse. So that's the biased notion I have of this horse. This horse is no good. He didn't beat anybody. So when this horse was running again, I didn't even look at him in the first glance. But then I started looking at the race dynamics and seeing its last race. So off that race that I thought was real weak, the $25,000 claimer, Rob Atras claimed this horse, moved the horse up, and this horse went wire to wire. And to me, that's a faster race with Lasix on first time. And it was, I think this horse is just going wire to wire, and I'm not looking at any other horses. So it's all collected special for me. But hold on one second. I got a knock on the door. I might have a delivery. So my pack of horse shirts, Kentucky Derby shirts, is probably here. Hold on a second.
Okay. So let's take a look and see if the 2 horse. I'm going to sort from top pace number, which is the 2. Let's see how easy this 2 gets the lead. So in front by about a half a length over the 4 horse at this point. At the first call, half a length in front. Now behind, at least on the simulated race. Now, this is all assuming that everything goes perfect. But it doesn't always work that way. Maybe the 4 breaks a little bit slow and the 2 gets an easy lead. If the 4 did break slow, then the 2 at this point could have a length lead or more. So that's the way you have to look at the simulator when you're using it.
Sorry about that, Scotty. You want to try to guess? You want to play a guessing game on who that was?
Who was that?
What kind of service they were going to provide to me that I wasn't requesting?
That you weren't requesting?
Yeah.
No, I have no idea.
Play the game. Okay. I won't. Anybody want to guess? It's the Exterminator. So I'm like, no, I don't think we can.
Wait.
So now, I'm always looking
at your door.
Yeah, they come around once a month to post. Well, I'm at the condo here and the Florida compound, and they knock on the door. Yeah. So hopefully it doesn't exterminate my picks. So. All right.
Well,
so let's go back.
They're going to have to come up 30 floors high to get to me.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Right. I'm on first floor. That's why it's all right. So I'll go back to collected special. There is some other.
I was going to guess Amazon as well, Jeff. That's not.
Okay.
Come on. There's no bad juju here. No.
No. And again, looking at odds, Exterminator probably would have been 80 to 100 to 1 on the list, right? Amazon would have been a post-time favorite.
100%.
Amazon would have been 8 to 5. FedEx 2 to 1.
2 to 5. Yeah.
And then UPS, mail, Exterminator. It was just a total long shot. So, all right. With that being said, we're not going to exterminate this race. Actually, collected special is going to exterminate this field wire to wire. The other horse that I thought had speed, Barksdale, ran on April 7th. Speed favoring track that day at Keeneland. I think we all know that watching the races that the early, some of the earlier cards at Keeneland were really, really speed favoring tracks. So to me, that Barksdale's a throwout in my opinion. And I just think that the other contender, Stolen Magic, won't have the same amount of speed. I think this horse, Matty Oliver, is just going to get this horse out, try to gun from the rail. And the other horse is going to have too much ground to make up. And once I form an opinion like this, I don't spend too much time looking at it. It's a single on both tickets, collected special, the 2.
Okay.
2 for 3 on the race, over the racetrack also.
2 for 3. For me,
no, it does step up. It does step up. I'm sorry, Scotty.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, you really love the 2. Love 2. For me, just on what I can see, I think there's a lot of speed. I think the 2, 3, and 4 are going to duel. I don't really love the 1 horse that much. And so although the 1 is dropping in class for Brad Cox, Manny Franco has been winning some races of late as well. So he's been doing pretty good, jumps aboard. But I think the Stolen Magic, the EquinEdge second pick, is a horse maybe that you have to watch for. Also has some tactical speed, but I don't love it. Like, listen, I don't love it. You love the 2. I think we're just going with the 2. I don't have a strong opinion in this race. Yeah, so we'll just go with your 2.
Okay. And I just want to point out Augustine Red, who drops out of the base. Sure, I think that race was rather weak. This horse hasn't really run. I mean, to me, the horse that's run the fastest race next to Barksdale, who had a speed favoring track, is the 2. And the 6 does have a Linda Rice off a short layoff. That horse is going to be very tough. I was going to use a second horse in this field. It would have been the 6. So, but I think I'm going to reach out with the 2 on both. Hopefully you get a wire job here. And again, it may change my opinion after watching the first race at Aqueduct to see if someone goes wire to wire on the first race, I'll feel even better about the 2 horse, and the 2 horse will probably take more money. Yeah. But again, steps up.
The only pure closer in the race, if there ends up being a shitload of speed in this race, the only pure closer is the 5. So if you think that they could all be dueling up front, and then the 5's just kind of cruising, that could happen. But Liscano, Linda Rice has the 5 and the 6, and Liscano rode both those horses last time out, if I'm reading this correctly. Yeah, and chooses the 5 chooses the 6 over the 5.
Yeah, and so on the 5, you get 1 for 41, Trevor McCarthy. So good luck with that.
Yeah,
yeah. No, I don't want to come off criticizing jockeys, but I think when you pick up, I just think Tyler McCarthy, Trevor. I'm sorry, I keep calling him Tyler. Maybe that's why I don't have any luck with him. He doesn't usually. Does a lot of cases I've seen him ride at Aqueduct on speed favoring tracks, and he doesn't get his horses close enough to the pace. But he's great on closers. So, but yeah, I think the 6. I just think the 5's too slow here. The 6 would be a faster horse.
Yeah.
And I think Liscano realizes that too, his agent.
Well, he's going to the better horses, no doubt about it. So
yeah,
okay. Yeah. So all right, let's run this race here. This is race number 3, the second leg, or the second race at Aqueduct that's within the feeder. So you've got races 3, 4, and 5 at Keeneland, and races 2, 3, and 4 at Aqueduct for the feeder at horseplayers.com. So go there, make sure you have an NTRA account so that you qualify for the NHC when you win. And we're going to see Christina there. David, how much fun. I wish they had that event 4 times a year.
You know, that's the only thing. It gets a little depressing when you think it's a full year.
Yeah.
Because it's just so much. I wish they had one every month. Exactly. I mean, and then the big one was in March. So maybe you had a $500,000 total tournament every month, but then my wife would probably divorce me because we're going out to Vegas, Florida, Vegas, Florida, New York.
At least twice a year. They should do it.
Twice.
They could do that.
Yeah.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? We'd all be there. No question. No question.
And it's funny that you mentioned that you're depressed. Once a year, it's so far off. I got my email yesterday from Holly from Finland. Holly Short's now moved to Finland. I don't know if you realize that. No. And so she said, don't expect prompt returns of emails. So it was my flight arranged, just like, okay, here's your $500 travel allowance. Thanks for qualifying to the NHC. I'm like, oh, that's right. I don't have to worry about that now. So I got that email, and I'm like, wow. That email came out early. It's 11 months to the next NHC, and I'm like, well, that's a long time. So, and when it's your first, it's even a longer wait, because the first time I ever qualified was 2017. I won the Wood Memorial Tournament, and that's in March. And now the NHC then was late January, last week of January. So like the anticipation, I'm like, I opted for the NHC seat over the BCBC seat because I've never been to the NHC. And I'm like, oh, God, it just seemed like you're waiting, hoping time goes fast so you can get closer to the NHC.
Listen, David, what do you think
about this? Going to get married.
Christina's talking about getting married that week of the NHC, and that's the plan. How do you feel about that?
Well, as long as you have a guy in mind, but if you're just going there to try to get married, I mean, there's a lot of eligible bachelors at the NHC, eligible horse players. So I guess, Chrissy, you do have a fiance lined up already? Is that the way I'm
Listen,
assuming?
there's plenty of available men over there. What are you talking about?
Hey, and there's plenty of little chapels. You can just marry somebody you meet that weekend if that's your style.
They got the little white chapel that's been in many movies. Yeah. In fact, I had a friend of mine. I was the best man at that wedding. I'm talking years ago, and he got married and it was about 120 in Vegas, and it was about 150 inside this room. And this woman walks out. She's doing she's marrying them, and she's got this white powdered makeup. She looked like she was dead, and comes out, and we are 80 of us inside this thing, and it is hot as hell, and we are all sweating. And my best friend at the time, he's getting married to this girl. We'll just call her Kim. And she, at the time, she's changed. She's become this fantastic person. But back then, she was a little bit on the rough side, let's just say. But she had this frown on her face, frown like this. And we're in there, and this minister comes out, this woman with white powdered makeup, walks and starts in this monotone voice, never change the voice. We're all sweating. I'm drenched. I look over at Kim, and she looks at me, and she's got this frown on her face, and I started laughing, and I could not stop for 15 minutes. They had to stop the entire thing until I could get myself down. It was so bad. Jerry's mom was, Scott, I'm really close to her. Scott, stop. I'm like, and then I would look at Kim, and she was even more pissed. And then I would laugh again.
I do have one question about that story,
Okay.
Scotty.
Yeah.
Were there any adult beverages involved before the laughter began?
There was a lot of adult beverages.
I could have figured. Yes.
Like a lot of stories, you have to be there. But if you could try to visualize that, when I tell you, it still makes me laugh to this day. It was, and those of us that were there, we laugh about. We get together, we meet up, especially in Vegas, and we just laugh our asses off. It was so funny. But
and laughter is contagious, right? I remember being in a couple of college classes where somebody says something funny or whispers in your ear that are sitting back of the room, and you start laughing because the other guy's laughing and you can't stop laughing. And I've been thrown out of classes before.
Oh yeah, that's exactly how it goes.
Yeah, I've been known as a class comedian. Like, that's it, you're disrupting, get the hell out of here. So,
for sure. That was me as well. Yeah.
Class comedian with a racing form. Right, that's me. Okay, I'll take my racing form, my coffee, go down to the cafeteria.
Is there anything like getting up early in the morning when you're actually at the racetrack and you find a cafe like Milton's over at Del Mar, and you go over there early in the morning and you got all the horse players there, or you wake up at the hotel and the Del Mar Hilton, and you go out and by the water, and you just have your coffee, and you've got your, back then for me it was the form, now it's the computer. Like, it's just nothing like it.
That's me in Saratoga. I always look for like a bagel shop. There's a place downtown. I'm going to show you my senior moment experience here. Right on Broadway, bagel stop. But you got to get in there early. Everybody's sitting in their laptop. I bring my racing form, and back in the day, now it's the laptop, as Scotty mentioned, and sit down there with my coffee, and you get the horse players walking in and out. You'll see trainers. Once a year back in the day, I did see Steve Christ walk in and out and grab something to go. And you see, so yeah, that's back in the day. That brings back some memories.
Yeah, Steve Christ. I mean, he created the A and B and C, right?
Yeah. And thanks to Steve, without Steve, I would have never received my Horse Player of the Year Eclipse Award from the NTRA, which was a fantastic experience. I'll just talk about that for 2 seconds. Is that you wanted, Chrissy, anybody who wants to get to the NHC, getting to the NHC is fantastic. But winning is even more fantastic. It doesn't suck, I will tell you that much. And the perks that you get and the way you're treated, you just feel like a king. You feel actually like a movie star that first year. You're on your tour, and there's opportunities that come up that you can go to racetracks. It was great. So try to win it. I would highly recommend it. I'm so humbled by it. It's just amazing.
And the thing is, what people have to understand too, like regular people like yourself can win these things. Right.
Absolutely.
Like, you get on a roll, it starts clicking, you start figuring. David, for my life, up until like the last year, I couldn't place in a mythical tournament for my life. Couldn't. And now I'm at the leader. Let me pull that up and show that while we're on this. There you go. I mean, this is, considering maybe some of you know who who Joe Costello is, but he's won this thing 2 out of the last 3 years. I mean, Joe is just an unbelievable handicapper and player.
Right. And he goes by the name, I just realized that when I met him at the NHC this year, when we did a panel podcast with HRN, and he goes by Kevin, because I called him Joe, and he's looking at me. He goes, "Oh, I called me Kevin." So it is, even though it's Joe Costello, I thought he had a brother. I'm like, "Didn't your brother win the tour?" And he goes, "No, that's me. That's my middle name." I'm like, "Oh, well, thanks for telling me." I'm just embarrassing myself on a podcast. So, but he's a good. But Scotty, I was thinking about this the other day. I was talking to my wife actually over dinner down here in Fort Lauderdale, and I'm like, "Yes, we were talking about the show and Scotty McKeever and." He lives, because it's right around your neck of the woods. So I said, yeah, he said he was always bad at this mythical. I'm like, no, he's mastered the mythical. That's for sure. He's on top of it now. And every online contest, I see his name above me, and I'm like, shit. So now you've mastered the mythical.
Yeah.
And you're saying
I don't know if you ever master anything, but the only point that I'm making here is that like it never even was even a thought of mine to do this. And next thing you know, like I'm at, no matter if I, don't finish the rest of the way, Joe Costello is, to me is amazing in horse racing. And to be able to be up top like that, especially like this, is pretty cool. So, and the point is that dream a little bit. Like, think to yourself, okay, I'm going to get better, but make sure you are trying to do things differently if something's not working. And then when you do figure something out, stay with it, even if you have a loss. Like a lot of times, I'll give you an example of this. There'll be a GSR that's low, really low, and it wins. So then you start using horses in other races because, like, too many horses. You have to be okay with losing. Did that make sense? Like, you know what I'm saying too, right? You got to be okay. Like you have a lot of confidence in the horses you like, and if they lose, they lose.
Right, and that was kind of my downfall in the past, Scotty, where tough beats would ruin me. And then you'd get that negative energy, like, okay, what's going to happen? I just got shut up. I got DQ'd one year on a $40 horse late on a Friday. That ruined my day. Saturday, then I went back to the table, and I started playing long shots too early. I realized that. So the thing is, you can't let you're going to get tough beats. You're going to have tough beats. And my daughter Lauren taught me something so valuable. She said, Dad, you want to have success, you have to visualize that success. You have to think in advance, you going up on that stage, accepting that trophy, knowing that, how good you are at horse racing tournaments. And you just have to picture, it builds up like a professional athlete doesn't go into a Super Bowl without confidence, right? Because if you don't, you think, oh, how am I going to blow this? I always have a tough beat or a tough break, tough officiating call. You're going with the mindset, you have no chance. Even if you think it's impossible, which it's improbable, I'll be honest with you, but you still have to have that positive attitude. Don't shut out that noise. It can be done. I did it. I've gone to Vegas twice and won 2 major tournaments. And if I can do it based on my past with bad beats and how am I going to blow this? But I realized it's all about attitude and preparation for me. So, it's very important not to let those tough beats, because they used to ruin me in the past, and I'd be all over the place, firing away for long shots early, like, everything's going wrong. You just have to, composure is the big thing for me. If I don't have composure, let's be honest, if you're on the leaderboard or in contention for a major tournament, not just the NHC, I mean, if you're on an online tournament with your $20,000 cash prize, it's pretty intense. You get pumped up, and you can get, I still get revved up. I go to tournament like, oh, it's I just won. I'm going to be relaxed this year. Yeah, you say that until I get into the competition. I see Scotty up there, like, I'm going to beat their asses. I got to get back. And so I still get all wound up there, but I've learned to not let the tough, just move on. You get DQ'd, you lose a head bob, you get a bad jock ride. We did a show last week. I got 3 bad rides on 5 races. And I'm like, what are you going to do?
Yeah. No, I understand. I remember when I won the Pegasus tournament, I was $5,000 ahead going into the last race. And it was so stressful because you know how aggressive I am normally. I'm trying to back off a little bit, but I mean, for those of you that don't know me, I mean, I'm super aggressive. I don't like second, nothing, and so I played stupid. It's not a good thing. It's a negative, but I want to win at all costs, and so I don't care if I'm in second or third. In the BCBC, I believe I was in third or fifth going into the last race 2 years ago, and I went all in. I had like $30-something thousand left, and I went all in, and unfortunately did not win that race. And so I was really aggressive, but in the Pegasus, I'm like, I learned from some of my mistakes of being too aggressive. I'm like, I'm not gonna even play it. I'm just gonna stay still and hope to God nobody passes me. And nobody did. What was torture was after the last race was over, I literally had to wait 25-30 minutes before you even knew whether you had won or not. And that was long too. So but it's all really good because you're being competitive. It's a puzzle, David, right? I mean, honestly, who figures the puzzle out best? Who has a strategy? That type of thing, like that makes a difference.
Exactly, and everybody has a little different strategy or format that they use, right? And the bottom line is that if you're in first in the last race and you have a $5,000 lead, I mean, the way that I look at it, I can give advice and say, well, I don't like that advice. That's not the way I would approach it. But for me, if I'm in Scotty's position, you just have to are you going to be comfortable if somebody catapults you because you're not aggressive and you're conservative? Are you going to be okay with it? Some guys can't be okay with it. I can be okay with it. And I acknowledge that somebody could pass me, but I don't love the race. So I'm going to be conservative. And if somebody passes me, they pass me. Other cases, if you love the race, I'll go and spend maybe not 30, maybe I'll take 20 to leave myself with some seed money to party that night. But yeah. So
and no, and what you're talking about are the reasons why you have done what you've done. And I'm taking a page out of that book now. I'm trying to really back off in the cash tournaments, and right. It makes sense. You can't just be emotional. You have to be so careful about being emotional just because you're trying to win. But your point is well taken, David. That is, if somebody passes me, they pass me. But if they do pass me, I'm still likely to be second or third or fourth, and that still gets me an NHC seat or a BCBC seat or whatever.
And you have the prize pool money, right?
Right.
You can look, okay, so instead of winning 50,000 or 80,000, I'm going to get 25,000 plus my bankroll. But I still have a real good chance to win because they still have the advantage of being in front, which I like to get in cash tournaments early, because you dictate how the tournament goes. If you have 3 or 4 races in and you have a $3,000, $5,000 lead in a live money tournament, you dictate how that entire tournament's being played. I prefer that type of style than bombing out towards the end, trying to catch up and waiting to fire all my bullets till the end. I'm hoping that you have to fire your bullets to catch me, so I have such an advantage. Come and get me. That's the way they look at it. And sometimes it's going to burn you. Sometimes you'll have a 14-horse tournament and you'll be out after the 3rd race. But if I love that horse, I don't care. I'm not going to go all in on a horse. I don't love just go all in on a horse to try to win. I won't play a tournament unless I think I can win. I was going to get into the Illinois Derby online the other day. I started looking at Hawthorne, and I'm like, I was this close to pulling the trigger on an entry fee. Then I started thinking, like, what the hell do I know about Hawthorne? I don't play it too often. I got to play more at Hawthorne to be comfortable. So, yeah, so I don't play live money unless I'm comfortable. If I don't think I can win based on looking at the cards on each track, then I'll probably pass.
All right, they're going into the gate here at Keeneland. Let's check it out.
And they're off. There goes Burning Pine. Burning Pine right out for the lead. Lamari Nera there. Sergeant Caps up close. And then Spun Lovin, who's away running in 4th. Baytown Boo Boo is 5th. Baytown Bullet is 6th. Then a break of nearly 5 more lengths back to the 2 trailers. Spirit Rags, who tries to catch up down along the rail next to last. And Mariposa de Pista is last. Burning Pine is the leader, chased by Lamari Nera.
What's up, Mike?
1 length separates the top two, just over a quarter mile to go. Off the far turn, a gap of 5 lengths back to Sergeant Caps in third. Baytown Boo Boo is fourth, swings out to the center of the track. Spun Lovin is in
I'll tell
fifth
you what,
position.
this
Burning
guy's
Pine, the
running
leader,
really good.
while Mari Nera's there on the outside. A length
Yes.
separates the top two into the final furlong.
Not gonna
And
catch,
Burning
so
Pine has
not
not been
cheating
asked for
me.
much here, as jockey
And
Joel
nice,
Rosario
very, very
by
nice
the
Rosario
16th pole
and
with a widening lead,
wow.
with Burning Pine a successful
Super
debut.
impressive. 3 to
Burning
5.
Pine wins
That
it.
is the double for
La Marinera
for-
crosses the
that
line in
horse is
second,
gonna
be
improve
close
going
for
on
third.
turf and going
It will
on.
either
Oh,
be
This,
Sergeant
that
Cap
horse was under
down
wraps, man.
for third.
That
Yeah,
horse
that was
just cruised.
impressive. Yeah, that
And
was
just
impressive.
before, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. And also, Chuck, before, it was on Common Grounds, Broadway in Saratoga. Thank you so much. I get senior moments. I'm so revved up in horses, and I have to switch from my horse mentality to, hold on a second, Saratoga Springs? Uncommon Grounds, great place.
So
Fantastic bagels.
the last point on that, we're talking about the strategy for the last 10 minutes or so on strategy, is that I liken the way I've been playing, honestly, to Tin Cup, to the golf movie Tin Cup, honestly. And you can see a lot of talent and things like that, but I was so super aggressive, and yeah, I would win some, but it doesn't work. That style does not work. You've got to have that talent, that work ethic. But you also have to be able to mix that with using your brain and not your brawn so much. And I think that that's what I've been trying to do. And because I've been doing that, it's also been helping me in some of the mythical and understanding how you win mythical tournaments. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to find value. So I will give this tip, and then we'll do Aqueduct race number 2. It's super important that when you are trying to put your picks in for the mythical, that you find a horse that's got a good chance of winning, not a great chance, a good chance of winning, and has value. Whatever that value, you can use the EquinEdge morning line, but you're trying to find value at all costs. And now in these tournaments that we're playing, these are what we call mandatory, right, David? The mandatory tournaments. I think, David, it's a little bit different in these mandatory tournaments. You don't want to get beat by a long shot that has a big look, but you also have to pick winners, right? In mandatories anyways, my focus is always, I want to find the winner. But if I find the favorite and another horse that's maybe just right behind the favorite, I'm taking the other horse every time.
That's exactly the right approach, right? If you like 2 horses, take the better price. Normally, every time I've qualified online with Horseplayer or Horse Tourneys, I've normally have 1 cap horse, or at least one, or then if not, I'd probably have 2 $12 or $15 horses. So I'm always going to play in a, like, what's today? 10 races only today. Some of them are 12, some of them are 15, but today I'm probably going to play. I'm going to always play 1 cap horse, right? Because if you get that cap horse, even if you're playing moderate, priced horses, the rest of the card, you have that advantage. You have $64 in that bank, in your points. And if you can put together 3 or 4 more winners that are 7-2, 3-1, 5-1, you got a great chance. So, and I've been frustrated before with the online, thinking I have a real good handle on it. And all of a sudden, this 50-1 shot goes wire to wire at Santa Anita in a 6-horse field. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You couldn't possibly have this horse. This horse had no chance on paper. And you look, and 8 people had it. And then your first reaction is, or my first reaction would be like, oh, these guys, they're just tossing out bombs. But I don't have that attitude anymore, because that's negative. You're looking for an excuse why you didn't have that horse. So I'm like, oh, good for them. They got that horse. No matter how you get, nobody asks how you got the horse at the end of the day when you qualify for the race. They don't. When you check in with Michelle and Holly and you sign your name to get into that room, they don't say, hold on a second, how exactly did you get here? Hold on, you played 7 horses on the whole tournament and you happened to win? I'm like, well, yeah, that could be a possibility. I wouldn't do that. Most horse players wouldn't do that. But once you get there, if you play some cap long shot that nobody thought had a chance, didn't look good on paper, you had an angle on the horse, nobody asks you, how you got there. So don't be afraid to throw out a couple of bombs here or there, because that sometimes is the key to breaking into the qualifiers.
Yeah, but make sure that you have an angle.
I prefer to have an angle. I would recommend that strategy also. Yes.
Yeah. Well, in the angle, by the way, could be you think there's a ton of speed, and normally this horse couldn't get up, but because there is some projected speed in the race, more than usual, then a horse that comes from behind could get there. That's an example of an angle that you would use. It could be just the opposite. Did you know 32% of the horses that have the lead at the first call, David, win the race? Did you know that?
Yeah. And that's helped me in the past, because if somebody asks me, well, what kind of player are you? I'm like, well, it depends what this situation is. Okay, you could say, well, I'm a long shot player, I'm a pace player, I'm a class player, speed player. I normally tend to favor speed horses. So I'm looking for speed biases. I think you have such an advantage. Like I said, in a tournament, when I'm on the lead, I feel much more comfortable. Come and catch me. I'm dictating the way it's played. So horses that are on the lead or close to the pace usually don't. Once you're there, you're not encountering any traffic problems, right?
No.
The horses that get into traffic problems are dead stone closers in large fields. So if the dead stone closer, you look, is this horse is by far the best. Got the best GSR, everything, strength of race. But he comes from so far back in a 12-horse field. I'm betting against him, because there's not a lot of speed. I want somebody closer to the pace that may not encounter those traffic issues. Look at the Derby, the only race in North America with 20 horses. I think that trip and luck dictate a lot of what goes on in that race, and you know, and again, if every race in this country was run with 20 horses, I mean, you would have probably my success rate would be a lot lower. That's for sure. But yeah, so it's just a matter of speed. Sometimes is very favorable that in more than one angle.
Well, speaking of speed, David, you thought this horse is a single. So this is race number 2 at Aqueduct in 39 minutes. That's the first of the 3 Aqueduct races for the feeder. We're only going through the feeder races right now. We are going to go through the qualifying races. So anyways, the 2 horse, David feels very confident about this horse. There really doesn't look like many other horses in here. And even though that the 4 horse has a 45% chance of winning, it really does appear like this horse needs the lead for its best. I would imagine whichever one breaks best, and this is a very good breaker, Collected Special, that you like so much, for Rob Atras, who claimed this horse for $25,000 and now in for 80. Now in for 80, you're talking about a 17% trainer. This isn't a 10% trainer. So Collected Special is David's single. All right, race number 3 in Aqueduct. Let's get out there. We have to do race number 3 and race number 4, and that finishes off the feeder, which starts in race number 3 at Keeneland, which comes up in
20 minutes.
19.
20 minutes. Yeah, I'm a little behind you. Okay. I'm just taking a quick look at the odds on the 3rd race. New Rome's the favorite 2-1, which is not surprising. Didn't get a look at my 1 horse.
I love New Rome. I love New Rome. Okay, here we go. Let's run this race here at Aqueduct. We've got a big favorite, at least on the morning line, Daddy Knows, who is a front runner. I would imagine this is the type of horse that you would like. This is also a horse to watch. It's also the top GSR. It also has a really big pace number. So far going into the 3rd call, it still has a 3-length advantage. Here comes the 10 from the outside, who's the 9-5 EquinEdge morning line at 23%. It's closing in now into the stretch. The 2 still has a big lead. Starting to slow up a little bit right now. And here comes the 10. 5's making a move. Look at the 6 horse. That's a price horse there coming from far back. But the 2 holds on to win. Daddy Knows. Does Daddy win this race?
I want no part of Daddy Knows in this race. Wow. Absolutely no part. And I know this is a race I'm biased, because I know this horse so well. He's 8 years old, has 45 starts. I've probably watched 40 of them. I know this horse like I own this horse. And these are claimers. This is I'm a claimer player, and that's how I was brought up, and how I started in the horse game here. So let me tell you, Daddy Knows has an absolute pace advantage. This horse has got everything its own way, but I know this horse. This horse is not reliable. 2 back on March 24th, I was at Gulfstream. Was that the day of the mandatory payout? Maybe not. But either way, I actually had driven to Gulfstream for one purpose, And that purpose was to make a pretty large, for me, wager on a horse that I thought was a lock, and that was Daddy Knows on March 24th. Well, Daddy Knows, which basically his style, he gets close to the lead, on the lead, but was running very strangely that day. It started bearing out and went really wide and got a totally bad trip. And I'm like, that horse is up something. I've seen that horse do that before. Now the horses run fast races. Don't get me wrong. Has won 6 races over this Aqueduct strip, but at the same level, this horse, I have no confidence in this horse running or winning back-to-back races. This horse is very rarely runs the same race back-to-back. Now, back in May and June of 2023, did that. But as this horse is 8 years old, to me, this horse is unreliable. Everything on paper sticks out to this horse, but I don't want any part of it. At 8-1 or 5-1, I love this horse. So the other 2 horses I like here, Scotty. Let's talk about Durkin's Call first.
You mean another 8-year-old? I mean another 8-year-old that only has 6 wins in 63 races.
Right, exactly. So this horse is 6 for 63 with 11 seconds and 10 thirds. So what's your first conclusion? Not a winning profile.
That's correct.
On this strip, he's 3 for 34 with 9 seconds and 5 thirds. You know exactly where I'm going. Yep. However, this horse ran in the last 2 races against Daddy Knows and ran 4th on March 24th, an even race, and also clunked up for 2nd against Daddy Knows back on April 14th. Okay. This horse doesn't have a lot of speed, but the last race, this horse has a trouble line. And I watched both races because I had wagering on both. I had a financial investment, so it didn't get out of the gate well. Durkin's Call. He did not really break, kind of a weird head toss, and that's exactly what it says.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it says tossed heads, steadied, and then was 4 to 5 wide. So yeah, this horse had a really horrific trip from the rail.
Right. Yeah, horrific trip from the rail. Normally I don't love the rail going a mile. I let shoot at Aqueduct, but this horse had an excuse. With that being said, I don't have much confidence in Durkin's Call winning the race. If you told me the horse is going to finish 2nd, I love this. That's more logical to me. So then I look for another horse. So I'm going to use Durkin's Call.
Okay.
But the other horse I had interest in was the 5, Funkenstein. I kind of looked around some of the other horses, and I'm like, no one's really got a winning profile. Then I couldn't find any speed at all. So I'm thinking, do I just single Daddy Knows? But I can't do it. I can't let the daddy beat me. The horse that I do like a little bit is the 5 Funkenstein, and I think that's where I'm going. This horse was off from January to March, came back and ran an even race, claimed off Jacobson. Rudy Rodriguez has. Rudy's barn has been good, 6 for 28 at this meet, and raced against Daddy Knows in that March 24th race, and never really, to me, that's just a tune-up race. Should be better, 2nd race off a layoff. Hopefully can stay closer to the pace. Jockey switch from Castillo to Franco. Here we go. Here's angles. 2nd race off a layoff. Jockey from Castillo to Franco. Hopefully lays closer to the pace. Runs against Daddy Knows, who's unreliable. And Durkin's Call, who's one of the other contenders, who likes to finish 2nd. So to me, it's 5-10. And I acknowledge if Daddy Knows wires the field and wins by 5, he beat me, but I don't have any confidence in that horse at 9 to 5. So 5-10.
5-10 for David. Okay, David. How much help am I going to be on this race, to be honest with you? I don't know. I will say this. The two dueled last time out when I don't know how big the pace number advantage was, but it is a big pace advantage here. And the 10 horse tossed its head and still only lost by 2 1/4 lengths. The problem with this horse is, my God, it likes to get 2nd and 3rd, doesn't it? Like, I mean, how do you put this horse on top, especially with its style, especially with its 63 races and only 6 wins? I mean, it makes it really tough. And then I absolutely agree with you on your point with this horse. It's just that everything seems to favor this horse in this race. Everything.
Yes.
Well,
but it is Daddy knows. And as soon as, I mean, if there was another name on this horse, that it might not be as biased. But if I had singled this horse in horizontal plays, and then if horse player, if I'd be sitting with dinner at a couple of horse players tonight, which I may be doing, and they said, "Did you hit anything?" I'm like, "No, I'm out of the pick 5." I'm like, "Why?" "Oh, Daddy Knows beat me because he didn't win at 9-5, the lone speed." And they're like, "Are you an idiot? You know Daddy Knows is unreliable." The New York, I'm talking about New York guys that I had thing with, and like, so you can live with yourself that you single Daddy Knows and you're out of the pick 5. Yeah, no, don't single Daddy Knows. Just everything looks too good on paper for Daddy Knows. Those are the type of horses that lose. That's when this horse loses.
Yeah, I know. Then maybe Durkin. I don't know who else to choose between these horses. Like let's do this.
There's a lot of horses that aren't in form here, right? So I think you have to, even though Durkin's Call does have seconditis and not a winning profile, but don't forget, I mean, this horse, if it didn't toss his head, may have caught Daddy Knows last time, if it didn't get off to a bad start, because that was a pretty fast pace that day, that last race on April 14th.
So when we talk about trying to have an angle, that's what I'm trying to find right now. And one of the angles could be an increase in GSR, a drop in SOR, right? Funkenstein, same GSR, win percentage goes up a little bit, facing a little bit easier. The 6 horse on the simulated race seems to have a look. Connections don't win very often. Win percentage is the same. GSR is the same, but the competition is going way down based on what this horse faced last time out. This horse got a 3rd place finish at 6% against a 52 group. This is similar. I think that, I will say this for those of you that are going to play a vertical bet, I think the 6 horse is likely to be 3rd or 4th, and that's not bad. I mean, you can make some money that way. Eric says that Linda Rice is his angle.
Linda, not a bad angle to have at Big A, and also with turf coming, Linda her specialty back in the day was more turf sprinters, and she used to just clean up. But over the last 7, 8, 10 years, she's been just as good on dirt than turf.
Yeah. So what about this 7 horse, My Friend's Beer? I mean, this horse got a 3rd place finish that wasn't bad against a similar group, but the win percentage drops, the GSR drops. I mean, I tell you, the more we talk, you've talked me off the 2 horse for sure. So if the 10 finds a way to break good, but that 10 hole, it's the 9 hole, is not really a great place to be on the straightaway on the 1-turn mile. Is it a good place to be?
No, I don't. I'd rather have an outside post, Scotty, in that shoot. I've so many times I think you just stalk and see what how the pace develops. Yeah, it's not a bad post for the 1 mile shoot. I'd rather be. I'd rather be on the 10 post than the 1 post on that track. But I will say this: it's Kendrick Carmouche, and if anything, Kendrick's known for is being able to get a horse out of the gate in good position. So I think.
Well, he's ridden this horse the last 2 races, and both times broke second last.
Correct, but again, there's certain horses without a lot of natural speed early, so you can't usually change a horse who doesn't show any natural speed and have him break out of the gate on top. I'm just looking at him to get out, 3rd or 4th, or be in decent position. You want to be 10, 12 lengths out of the leader, the first break out of the gate. He's got to get out better there. But the other horse I would use, I guess somebody can convince me on the 7. This horse has won 2 races, the last 3 races with blinkers on. It hasn't really run any fast race, but been at a 10-12 claimer for God knows how long. And then the 6, I mean, the 6 is 1 for 17 at Aqueduct, 3 for 31 lifetime. Almost looks like a younger version of Durkin's Call, actually. But I think Durkin's Call is a little faster than this horse.
I don't think you lose anything by leaving out the 2 or the 10 who are going to be the 2 favorites in the race by far, right? So maybe you just take a chance on a horse and maybe it gets first or second. So maybe your 5 horse or maybe it would be the 6 horse. I don't love the 6 horse, but I do think the 6 could be in the money, but it looks like more of a 3rd or 4th place horse. But and there's not really a ton of speed in this race. So find a horse that you think maybe would finish up, and even if the 2 or the 10 wins, and you get a horse to come in second,
price,
you're still doing good, right?
Right. And
so who would that be? It would, for me, it would be the 5. There's the value right there, because the 5 is 14% to win, and it's 5-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. So if you're going to get value, it's going to most likely be on the 5. So I would probably, for strategic purposes, I'd probably be on the 5.
Right. And now the 5 is no doubt going to be the 3rd choice. So you're getting a little value there. And again, if this was a mandatory race on day 1 at the NHC, you would use the 5. I wouldn't use the 2 or the 10 if it was. However, mandatory, you want to move on and just get the winner. But in that case, I just know, because I know the New York circuit so well, I don't want to be sitting there at the NHC or any tournament looking up at the screen and like, Daddy knows finished 3rd. What was I thinking? Yeah. I know this horse, right?
Well, and here's the other thing. When we talk about angles, at least Rudy Rodriguez is an angle, right?
Yes.
He takes
first time claim.
First time claim, 17% with first time claims. That's an angle, right?
Absolutely.
Manny Franco, who's been on fire, it jumps on. That is an angle. So, all right. So we're rooting for your 5 horse there. Okay. We've got one more race here at Aqueduct. We got to cover for the feeder, which starts in, again, I'm on my test site right now, you guys. So and the test site is having trouble with upcoming races. At least it was able to update there, so that's good. All right, so I think we just have race number 4, right? That's what we've got left.
Correct. And we have a late scratch here, Scotty. I'm sorry, I got in a little late. I didn't get the late scratches. We got the 6, right? There's a 6 horse out here. Mystic Knight.
The 6 horse is out. Yes.
Okay, good. That makes my life a lot easier. So now I got my single. Yeah. You want me to?
You have a single. Okay, hold on. Before you tell the single, let's run this thing.
Run it.
I'm going to score from the fastest horse on the top. Let's go. So 7 from that wide post, 1 turn mile, gets an easy lead. It's 31% to win. EquinEdge, or Scotty's second pick. It's also a horse to watch. Top pace, top win, top SOR, lowest EE morning line, and EE second pick. And these horses win 48% of the time. So the 7 horse is showing 31%, but it's actually got a 48% chance of winning. I'm surprised you're not all over horses like this, because you're always talking about, the speed at Aqueduct and how it holds. If that's the case, then the 7 should win for fun.
I absolutely love the 7. Probably surprising you, Scotty, but especially with the scratch of the 6, because I thought the 6 would be able to stay close to the pace. This horse, it should be long gone with no pace pressure whatsoever. Manny Franco picks up the mount. I don't love the morning line 5-2, but this horse is no doubt going to be the post-time favorite with the scratch of the 6, right? Now, the thing is, you got to it's a mandatory. You pick and pray, so you got to put the pick in before.
Yeah, by the way, you got 3 minutes right now before the in race number 3, so you got to get in your plays.
Right. So this horse should be long gone. The only question mark I have, and the biggest concern, is this horse has never gone a mile, but has such a pace advantage. And Manny Franco, who can, rate a horse, and I just love the skills on Manny Franco. I just think this horse is gone goodbye. The other horse now with the scratch of the 6, this would have been my 3rd choice originally, is All About Money. All About the Money. So it is all about the money, right? So there's your hunch play. And the biggest reason is you can throw out that last race completely. Just toss it. Put a line through it like it doesn't exist. 1 3/8 this horse tried to go. Evidently, this horse doesn't want to go a distance. This horse has never tried that distance before. It's more of a sprinter, mile, mid-range horse, right? I just think cutting back, this horse would be stalking outside the 7. And I could be convinced to use the 8 on top possibly, but I think this 7 has such a pace advantage. So it's all about 7-8 for me, Scotty.
All right. So when I look at the 8 horse, All About the Money, I want to start 4 back. Wins easily against a 60 group. It was 14% to win. Wins like that, and then goes up and is only 4% to win in the next race. So it wasn't expected to do anything in that race. For whatever reason, it was the same SOR group, but that's why I put those metrics right there for you. You got the SOR, that's our class rating. That tells you how strong the fields are a horse has been facing. But then you look at the win percentage, and then you look at the GSR, and you use those in combination with what we're looking at today. And then if you look at the 316 race, David, 58 SOR, which is similar to today, but was 16%, 71, and lost by a length and a half. And then you throw out the 11 furlong race, was 14% to win. The GSR did go up, but it had never been that distance before, and it didn't look like it liked it. And the jockey just pulled the horse up. That all being said, I don't think that horse is a contender in the race. I really think that the 7 horse is going to go gate to wire. It looks very, very tough to me. All right, so get in your picks. It's pick and pray. You have 2 minutes before this race here at Keeneland. I'm going to share this. We're going to watch it. David, I'm going to go get a glass of water. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, so we're looking at the odds here, not the morning line, the current odds. We've got the 3 as the favorite, 5-2. I'm surprised. I thought this horse would be a more prohibitive type of favorite with that lone speed, and the 2's right there at 5-2.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Slipaway.
Okay. All right, they're loading. Well, the horse I like is not taking any money whatsoever. This is the race with the lone speed, New Rome, the 3 horse, 5-2. I thought that the horse would take a lot more money than the 2 because Mrs. Astor is a dead stone closer.
Moving into line race 3.
And I thought the 1 might take a little action, totally dead on the board. So I'm thinking maybe that horse needs a race, or maybe it's just not good. We'll see. We'll see what goes on here. But I'm a little surprised that the 1 horse is that high of odds. But I'm salivating if I'm at the NHC, and I like a 36-1 shot, because even if I can get a second here, I'm getting a real good plays price. Even if we get a 3-1. I'm just want to get a little excitement out of the race. Hoping the 1 at least stays in somewhat of a contention close to the pace.
Super Stormy, the last one.
All right, good luck, everybody.
Goes in. They're at the post.
Thank you, Stephen.
And they're off. There goes Pilates Sisters for the lead with New Rome. New Rome, Pilates Sisters under advisement there to the far outside. Saki comes away running in 4th. Still a battle for the lead. New Rome's got the advantage now. Pilates Sisters now backs away to the 2nd position into the turn. Under advisement will go 3rd. Saki scoots over next to the rail in 4th to save some ground. Super Stormy, not so fortunate. Had to go 3 wide, now double wide around the first turn. Moves up to challenge.
3 just well like we thought.
Excellent question toward the center of the pack. A lane off the rail in the 6th position. It is followed by Melania, who is 7th down
toward
the inside.
The 2 took a lot of money.
Mrs. Astor, who's
co-favorite,
basically
5-2. I'm
leads.
surprised.
They head up the backstretch that first quarter, 23.34 seconds. New Rome is the leader, leads at 3/4 of a length. Under advisement, 2nd a length to Super Stormy, and then Pilates Sisters, who's against the rail, moves up, takes 3rd by a neck, gap of 2 more lengths. Excellent question. Is 5th by a neck to the outside of Saki, and then Melania, Mrs. Astor, who's toward the outside to the far turn, still 7 off the lead, and right now is the trailer. The first
Come on, Melania, let's have some run here. Plug up for
4 seconds. New Rome leads. Midway on the turn, New Rome is on top, leads it by 3 lengths now, but Pilates Sisters has moved up 2 more spots against the rail, goes to 2nd, 1/4 mile to go, then under advisement, Saki back toward the inside, Super Stormy, an excellent question. An excellent question comes down the far outside. Pilates Sisters is now between horses. Saki's diving to the inside. They've got to catch New Rome. Here's Saki up the inside. Excellent question from the outside.
Look at the 2 is flying. The 2 is flying. Not going to get there, though.
Keeps running on. So does Saki. Excellent question. In front, late run, Mrs. Astor. Excellent question. Iran Ortiz Jr. to win it.
All right. What did we say about Mrs. Astor, right? We had the right. This horse to be flying at the end, probably get a 2nd or 3rd because so far back. So far back. Bob Keeneland, his closing day is today. Churchill Downs opens tomorrow for the Kentucky Derby week meet.
So we watched this video of Excellent Question of this horse's workout here, and just I don't think this horse can run turf or dirt, and but the workout was actually a very good workout. I'm curious, and since we saw this horse run good, let's see what a good workout looks like possibly. Happy Friday from Canterbury. Back at you. Thank you so much.
Happy Friday.
1 second.
I thought this horse, Scotty, Excellent Question, had the same profile as the 2, and if I'm going to be pinned to use one of them, but has one over the track. 1 for 1 on the Keeneland turf, now 2 for 2.
Sorry, I have to reply to somebody real quickly, and then I'll
Yep,
be
that's
back
okay.
Here, apologize. Anyways, I remember that from yesterday. I thought that was a really good work. Okay, let's just look at that again, because I'm hoping like you'll be able to look at the Bruno works on the site, and then you'll be able to go, okay, well, this horse just came back to win. What does a good work look like? Well, you can see the exercise rider's arms are in, right? And I mean, doing everything, his ears are pricked, asking a little bit there. You can see the arms are stretched out a little bit, but and he gave, or she gave. I'm not sure, was it a she or yeah, she. But anyways, it was, and then the simulated race had the horse, I believe, about a length and 3/4 behind the 3 and the 2, and I think the 2 ran a big race as well.
Yeah, the 7 was a surprise. I didn't think the 7. Again, a lot of horses had the same profile coming too far back. So you see the point with New Rome. Look great on paper, the lone speed, who's going to challenge. Went pretty fast early. 23 and change is a pretty good clip, in my opinion, over this turf course, but did get caught. That's the thing, even if being the lone speed.
Yep. All right, so then the next leg of this thing is Aqueduct race number 2 that's coming up, but we're going to get to the qualifying races now. So here's the qualifying. It starts at Santa Anita race number 1.
Santa Anita. Yep.
Yep. Santa Anita race
and
number
if we,
1.
Scotty,
yes,
if we have a second between our analysis of this race, can you stream? Can you pop on live Gulfstream for the second race?
Yes.
But if not, I can just watch it on my phone. I have a horse here I really liked.
No, why don't we go? This race coming up at Gulfstream now?
Yeah, it's 5 minutes, I think, but 5 minutes at Gulfstream is probably equivalent to about 9 minutes, right? So
that's probably true. Okay, let's run this thing though. Let's see. Let me get rid of some of the horses that probably don't have much of a look. I'm going to guess.
Oh, that's not going to help me. You're probably going to toss him.
Let's see here.
Only kidding. No, he's a contender. You won't toss him.
Okay, so we'll sort this here, and we'll bring this back and run it. All right, let's go. Here we go. So this is what the simulator looks like. Now they're going 5 furlongs on the turf.
You don't blink, you'll miss the race. It's going to be speed. Speed, we've talked about that before. These 5 furlong races are over before you blink an eye. Now,
here's the thing. The 8-horse Arrogancy shows going gate to wire. But I will tell you, and one of the EquinEdge users on yesterday's show, last night's show with Bruno, said, Scotty, I have not seen one horse with a down red arrow win. Arrogancy is going on the turf 5 furlongs for the first time. It's going from a 67 GSR to a 52. So it's going down 15 points in GSR. Now, Jaramillo's aboard. I just love Jaramillo in this situation. I mean, nobody's going to get a horse on the lead better than him. No one's going to get a horse out of a gate better than him. and no one's going to get a horse to relax better than him. He just is a really, really consistent jockey. That being said, the GSR does drop. I'm going to throw out the 4. So who are we on? Who are you on? Who do you love?
Oh, I have a financial interest here, somewhat big time, on the 6, Victory Achieved. What I do like, it's Mark Casse. Had a race over the turf course, 5 furlongs. Checked early. We had a trouble line. So if you pull up the trouble line, this horse probably would have been closer to the pace. I just kind of got a bad trip. That's an educational race. This horse wheels back to the same distance, has a workout on April 13th over the PETA that 47-1 breezing. This is Live Oak Plantation. This horse is well meant for the turf. 5 may be a little short. I'm thinking this horse probably is better 6 or 7. But with that being said, I think this horse can be right close to the pace. Zayas is on, and he is off to a sparkling start. He's got 17 wins at this meet already. So yeah, I'm all over the 6. So I have the 6 singled in a couple of things.
Absolutely. First of all, this horse, if you look at the GSR, I mean, it's turf sprint. Like, look, top distance 5.5, 6, and 5's right there. So no, absolutely fine.
No, okay. So you're right. The GSR, I'm sorry, Scotty. The GSR for 6 and 7 furlongs turf was a little lower. So, right.
Look at that 72. This horse, your horse is 15% to win, 4-1 EquinEdge morning line, 72 GSR, fits on the class. Like
6-1 right now.
Let's just assume that maybe the 8's no good. You got a red arrow, it's dropping 15 points in GSR, and we do this. Now we're looking at results of 11, 10, 6. And the 10 is a price play, 16% and 14-1 right now. And I'm loving your 6 right now. I think it's a good play. The 11 is winning on the simulator. It's going from a 39 GSR to a 48. In this group, that's not bad. It's got 3-star works everywhere. And Paco Lopez is aboard, and it's Scotty's second pick. So next thing I was gonna do was look for Paco. Nobody's breaking a horse out of the gate better than Paco. The horse gets off of the rail. I think the 11 makes a lot of sense in this race. I think the horse you have to probably beat is the 11, probably.
Yeah, I gave a long look at the 11, but yeah, I just think that, and again, stalking posts there. But the key to this race, no matter who you like, I like the 6. If you like the 11, you got to get out of the gate. If anybody who gets up slow or doesn't break sharply is going to be compromised. And that's one. Well, the one thing about the 8 usually breaks quite well, but I think that horse might be a little cheap here. It's a $35,000 claimer in maiden claiming 50s. The 6 comes out of a maiden special weight, and this is amazing to me. The 6 probably has a class edge. 6 and 11 both on the 8.
And the 3 horse is interesting. It's 21% to win, but it's 10-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. Now, nothing wrong with this horse. It didn't show any speed. I don't like that per se. The connections are low. I mean, maybe people are thinking it's gonna because it broke slow, but it doesn't. There is no line that says broke bad. Maybe it's just a slow breaker. It is 21% to win now, so it is going up.
It beat my horse in the last race. Victory Achieved. They were in the same race on March 3rd. But again, I think I'm assuming if Victory Achieved didn't have, if I had a better trip, this horse would have probably been on the board.
It's another interesting horse that Steve Dwoskin is 14% with first-time out horses. He had picked up things down the lane, finished up with good energy while doing things. The simulator has this horse only 2 lengths back, so at 15-1, I think there is just tremendous value here, especially if you beat this favorite.
Right. Now, the 6 is 6-1. We've got less than a minute supposedly to post, which is probably going to be 5 minutes. But that horse, to me, if I get 6-1, to me that's a gift, because I think this horse is going to take a ton of late money. I'm hoping the CAWs don't hammer it down to 5-2, but I have a suspicion you're not going to get 6-1.
Let's see here. The 10 Sour Richard certainly can improve. The GSR is a little bit low, but none of these GSRs are really that great. The one horse is a first-time starter who, with Joe Bravo, this horse should like turf sprinting. I'm not going to be surprised by a good effort with this first-time starter. 7-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. There's tremendous value here. I think this is a very unpredictable race, I would say. Yeah.
And you mentioned the one horse, correct? The drunk neighbor. I never have any success with any of my drunk neighbors. When they're drunk, it goes horribly wrong. So, but if you have a drunk neighbor in the NHC, I tell people who are looking for some advice. Well, the bottom line is that throw one crazy horse in. How many wagers do you have during a day? 15, 16. I mean, it's a ton of wagers. There's nothing wrong with playing one hunch play, but don't make it a practice because that's not going to get you to the bottom line. But if you have a drunk neighbor, you're like, hey, Jesus, I have a drunk neighbor all the time. Here's your hunch play, the one.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. This is a great value race. I love races like this. And I love trying to beat favorites like this. I understand why it's the favorite. Look at it. Look at the amount of money this horse has burned. And now the GSR is dropping 15 points. No, this would never be my type of play. Never. Never.
Right. 8 starts. Run a decent race every time. 8 starts, 6 seconds. Yeah, this is a toss horse for me every time. Thank you, Bluegrass Dan. I like this, Jeff. Drunk neighbors and barking dogs make my life. Yeah. A good thing you don't live next to me. I stopped drinking years ago, so it's the barking dog.
Bill, to answer your question, I ran the races already, and I eliminated those horses ahead of time, so I could fit the screen so you guys can see it. I already eliminated them. Those horses were never involved in the race early or late. The ones I eliminated, just so you know. This first time started the one horse who broke really good out of the gate.
It says, are you off yet on this Gulfstream? It says it's going off.
Oh,
here we go. They're in the gate here. I'm probably behind you because I'm streaming.
Off. My bad.
Okay.
Sorry, everybody.
Race favorite Arrogancy.
I'm so sorry.
He's looking to angle to the far outside here. Victory achieved works between horses and at the rail it's Run Carson.
Look
at this one. And the trailer is
oh boy, bearing out.
Down the far turn, the drunk neighbor lucked out.
Perfect.
He did no favors to Fergon or Guayca Perro.
What did I tell you about drunk neighbors?
A hard time with him.
I think it's
That'll give Arrogancy a shot, but Lamcaro has the lead.
Come
Off
on,
the turn and the stretch drive, it's Lamcaro. An eighth of a mile out and 2 on top. Run Carson to the attack here under Edwin G. They come past the 8th pole. Lamcaro has the lead. Run Carson getting to him late. Here comes Run Carson on the outside. Run Carson.
Run Carson
got up to win. Lamcaro was second. Victory achieved his third in 54-4.
And I usually like McLean's music horses on turf, but yeah. The 6th ran an even race. He basically ran the same race he ran on March 3rd.
Yeah.
Nope.
There's just no way. I mean, none of the algorithms like this 9. It didn't particularly have a great GSR. It wasn't, terrible for the field. It more wants to go long. I just think this speaks to the weakness of the field personally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get to Aqueduct. We're not going to be able to show you this race, but leg 2 of the feeder. So let's get there.
We got 2 minutes to post, and I am on the 2.
6-1 right now.
Yeah, that's a nice price. And again, sometimes the price is obviously I want 6 or 7 to 1, but sometimes you think the horse is dead on the board, right? So you may be missing something. But in this case, I think I'm not missing something because I don't want Barksdale at 2 to 1 at any time in my life. I'm never going to play Barksdale at 2 to 1, but because we know we were on show that day. Well, a couple of days later, that Keeneland racetrack was like a speed. If you weren't on the lead first or second coming for home, you had no chance. It's changed now.
3 or 4 days. Yeah, it's changed.
So to me, that horse had such a speed bias advantage. That's a toss for me.
Yeah. Well, that's okay.
Yeah, 6 to 1.
Ben actually played the 6 to show, so.
All right, good deal.
Yeah. Like that trifecta is going to pay really nice. You know what I like to do? I like to take the key horses and key them in the first. So what I do when I won the Pegasus tournament, David, what I did was in one race in particular is where I won most of my money. And what I did was I liked a horse that, well, I don't remember the name, but I remember the horse was 10 to 1. And I liked this horse a lot to be first, second, or third. So what I did was I put money to win on the horse. And then I thought there was only 4 other horses that could win the race. There was like, I want to say 12 horses in the race. And so what I did was I bet the 5 to win. And then I did those 4 horses in an exacta to the 5 for second. And then I did those 4 horses to the 4 horses to the 5 for third for a trifecta. And the horse ended up getting off at 10 to 1 and getting third. And I ended up getting back $17,000 in change. And that won me the tournament. All doing a very conservative bet, as long as that. And this kind of reminds me of that a little bit. It's a smaller field for sure. But if you're right about this horse being first, second, or third, the 4 doesn't have to win. In fact, the 4 could be out of the money.
Yeah, exactly. And the bottom line is that you're looking to try to steal a little value out of here. And if you're looking, Barksdale at 2 to 1, to me, that horse is way over bet, is giving you a little more dollars on your other horses, right? So
Right.
Collected Special, I'm getting at a better price. Eric Have, you're getting 3 to 1. Augustine Red, 4 to 1. I know I don't like them. I don't love these horses, but you're still getting a price higher than I thought you'd get at post time, because I think the 4 is over bet.
Yeah. By the way, the first leg of this qualifier starts at 4 o'clock. Sanity to race number 1.
Right.
So you've got plenty of time, a couple more hours to be able to get in all your plays. I've already got some of mine in, David. I still have 1, 2, 3, 4. I still have 5 to get, but I've already started putting in my. I've already started putting in my horses for the qualifier.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see how I do on the feeder. But the advantage of doing these shows is that once, if I'm out of the feeder or if I'm in, basically, we've talked it through. I know my picks, so I don't have to start. Sometimes if you don't give yourself enough time between the feeder and the qualifier, you end up scrambling and not being able to handicap. That's happened to me before.
No,
it's like, oh, geez, I hit it. And so normally I like to prepare in advance. So I handicap the races for the qualifier first, and then I'll do the feeder. That way, if unlikely where I get a couple of late winners that I didn't expect, I'll check the feeder and I'll have enough time to get into the main tournament.
So again, a recap here. David really loves Collected Special, the 2, and no pressure, David. But this horse has rattled off a couple of races in a row. This horse got claimed out of a $25,000 claimer off of Delgado and into the hands of Rob Atras, who then put the horse immediately into a $50,000 starter optional claiming, protecting this horse. The horse goes gate to wire from the rail while dueling for the first half of the race, and now is in for $80,000. This is what you call a very, very good claim. And they're going into the gate. We can't show you the race. I'll turn it up, and hopefully you guys will be able to hear it.
Well, and I love the Atras move. He's got confidence in the horse. He's happy with the claim. The owners are happy, thinking, hey, we got a good claim here. Let's move this horse up. Move the horse up in form, and when a horse starts getting off form, then you drop it.
Yeah. So the 2 horse right now is 7 to 1 in the gate, went in nicely. The 4 horse is kind of fighting them going into the gate, which is exactly what we want to see. Does go in. A couple more left to load. They're going 6.5 furlongs. These are 3-year-olds for a purse of $82,000 in this race number 2 from Aqueduct. The 5 horse is kind of balking going into the gate. And
okay, I got this on my streaming here on my TV. We'll see. I'm getting 6 to 1. Getting 6 to 1. I love that.
5's in. There goes Stolen Magic, the 6 horse for Linda Rice. Going into the gate, one of 2 horses for Linda Rice. Goes in. All right, they're loaded. Good luck.
Right. Good luck, everyone.
Good break by all. The 2-horse broke a little bit slow though, David. A little bit slow.
Yeah, I'm behind, so I don't see it on the screen yet. Just the loading.
And
Yeah, the
4
2 needed the lead.
They got the lead. This is going to be very difficult for the 2. Yeah,
Need to get a clear
very
lead.
hard. Yeah. 4 big advantage, 4 on the lead. Barksdale went quick, David, but you can see doing it well in hand. And
yeah, the 2 that breaks compromise him. See, they had to work too hard to get up to that point.
Yeah, Barksdale running really nice. I'll tell you what, your 2 did not run bad whatsoever. I mean, that horse could have backed up and fought the entire time. It's unfortunate that it had that break, but 4 is going to go gate to wire here. Barksdale at 3-2. Over Stolen Magic at 2-1. 5. Here comes the 5. The late move by Augustine Red we talked about. Never gets there and gets third. But it's going to be 4-6-5 here in the second from EquinEdge.
Right, and that just shows you. So to me, we all kind of thought, even at the pace metrics, thought this horse, the 2, would be on a lead. The break compromises horse. I think the 2 is faster than the 4, and I think the 2 would have had the lead. But again, you don't get out of the gate. Years past, that would affect me, and I'd be like, these things aren't going well. It's only not even 2 o'clock. But I just like, I'm not. It wasn't me who was on that horse, so I have nothing to be ashamed. I mean, sometimes you get a bad trip, right? So I will bet this horse next time out, collected, because then you'll get an even better price.
Moving on to this race in 3, they're on the track. Beautiful animals here, as you can see, on a track at Keeneland that's just insane. We're going to
look at some higher priced horses on the board right now, and the 4 D- is one of them, a 4-year-old filly by Coastline. She's a California bred, and I actually really liked what I saw from this filly. She's massive in size. You can see how long her legs are, how long her back is too. She is just overall a very big, attractive looking filly, and she's also fast. Sometimes you don't always see that be the case. She obviously didn't get out of the gate very well first time out, but she came back in her subsequent 2 races to show a lot of gate speed from those inside post positions. So she looks like she's headed in the right direction, and she looks like she's coming into this race with fitness under the belt. We'll take another look at the number 7, Tirupati, a first-time starter.
Here's the first-time starter,
and she just looks really fresh today. She was
a nice
getting a good warm-up there under jockey Jose Ortiz, and I'm happy to see this strong warm-up, because sometimes you got to get a little bit of that extra energy out of you. And
5-1. I'm trying to get the 1 home here, or at least a second.
In her. So good warm-up, I think, is critical for her today, but she looks great. She just has a lot of confidence and a nice air about her this afternoon, this first-time starter coming out of the Jonathan Thomas barn. So we'll see what she can do at 6-1, but they're making the betting public is making your favorite, the number 5, Barbara T, at 9-5. We are 5 minutes away from the
here's Barbara T, your favorite at 9-5, who is coming in from California, 1 race, and it was a nice race, no doubt about it. Been off since Del Mar in that 1 race since July. So a hard read, because there's some faster horses on the outside of the 5. I'm trying to beat the 5. The 5 better break really good, or the 5 is going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to me, the 5 looked really. She looked really good on the track, but again, I'm not an expert on horse flesh, but looked good on the track. If we talked about it earlier, if this 5 runs back to its Del Mar race, it's probably going to win this race pretty easily. So I'm using a 5-1. Just put my 5-1 exact in.
The 1 is fast, the 2 is fast. Now the race simulator says the 5 is going to have the lead, but if this horse hiccups wrong, it cannot break bad.
Yeah,
but. Let's see what the workout report says. Barbara T and Chloe's Crown from the 3/8 pole. Barb slightly best over a leaned on Crown. I mean, that's not really that endorsing. It's a 3-star work. Pratt's aboard for McCarthy. I'm wondering what McCarthy's thought is bringing this horse here in not leaving it in California. I wonder what the thought process is there. I mean, you're running at Keeneland. A lot of the really good horses right now have already left for Churchill Downs. I mean, you're getting a lot of the top trainers and everything. They're preparing for that meet.
I'm thinking, Scotty, maybe McCarthy had some other horses that he's shipping out to Kentucky for Derby meet. The undercard on Derby Day is fantastic. So this horse might have been along for the ride and thinking, okay, well, we got some, we'll throw this Barbara T in at Keeneland. So we'll see. But I think this horse is going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping my one at a price can at least run a decent race and maybe get second. And who knows? If you can get second, maybe you can get first.
Let's see. Let me refresh this staging site real quickly.
Could be a tune-up race. Yep.
There's a look at the...
When you hear that horn, you know you're at Keeneland.
Yeah, you sure do.
It's such unique. Yep.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Candy Meadows.
Remind us who you're on again, David.
I like the 5, and I'm trying to get the 1. For my feeder, I have the 1. But I have a 5-1 exact that I played. Who do you have, Scotty?
I don't know because I can't get on the page. It's not my internet because we would be down. So I'm just texting Brad.
Ah.
Let me see if I can remember who I'm on here in this fourth. No,
yeah, I usually write some of yours down, but I
moving into line race 4.
Oh, I'm on the 7-10.
The 7-10. Oh, the first time started. Yep. Turapati, Jonathan Thomas's horse.
Yep.
Yeah, I like Thomas's horse in the next race. But again, this horse has, as a first time starter, could easily win this big contender. I'm looking to get that 15-1 somewhere, at least a second.
Let's see here.
Pontresina goes into the gate. Now American Fairy Tale. Here's D-.
Yours is not loading as well, Lexi?
Touring with Netta. Barbara T comes forward.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's not good.
Technical issues.
Satin Blue, the last one. Going in. They're at the post.
Good luck,
And
everybody.
off, touring with Netta.
One got off pretty good.
D- American Fairy Tale right there. Barbara T. Barb Taraj down to the inside. D- Barbara T. They go 1-2 up the backstretch. American Fairy Tale third. Tirapati fourth. Barb Taraj is up close fifth down to the inside. Satin Blue far outside is in sixth. Tirapati had to check there. Drop back toward the seventh position. Joined at the back of the pack by touring with Netta, who broke well, but now is running some 7 lengths off the lead. And she has Pontresina moving up one spot to her inside. Risky shot next next to last, and Corey Felice is the trailer. D minus got the opening quarter 22.81 seconds. D minus leading Barbara T, but only by a neck around the far turn. And then Satin Blue is third up on the outside. Barb Taraj is fourth toward the inside, still nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Then a break of 4 more to American Fairy Tale. They turn for home. Barbara T, the leader. Barbara T chased by Satin Blue. Barb Taraj has to change lanes to the far outside. D minus drops back. American Fairy Tale. Then Tirapati 6 toward the inside. Final furlong. Barbara T, a widening 6 length lead. Barbara T kicking clear into the final 16th. Back to Satin Blue, Tirapati, American Fairy Tale on the outside 4th. All well behind Barbara T.
She didn't just run back to her Del Mar race. She ran faster.
Up the inside for third, and then American Fairy Tale.
I had the 5 and the 10 and the 7. They came in second and third. You had the 5. I think that's a good trifecta right there.
Right. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the 1 in the exacta or the trifecta. So, but that horse took a ton of money. Ended up going off at even money.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. 7-10. The 7 went off at 7-1. The 10 went off at 11-1, and you got the big favorite in there. And that's look at the EquinEdge site, David. Look at the Scotty picks. How good is that algorithm?
Fantastic. Yep. Barbara T was right on top, and you sat man with blinkers on, ran a little closer to the pace, and just obviously this 5 was tons the best, right? But the 10 was, we had it right there.
All right, so let's get to Sandy race number 1, which is the first of the qualifiers. Yeah. And let's take a look. All right, let's run this thing. Eric Fox 3, 5, 10. Nice. That's a nice hit right there.
Nice.
All right. For it's the top pace number. Here comes the 3. Who's look at the 3 horse. 8-1 on the odds makers morning line and 8-5 on the EquinEdge morning line. It's also the Scotty long shot. And it's 23%, so it's the top win percentage as well. Like for me, I don't even have. There's nothing I need to think about. I'm not even handicapping it. Like we can go. We're behind as it is, but this is first race off a layoff. Barrios is aboard. Been aboard for all 3 tries. This horse is going to improve. Craig Lewis was 4% off of a first race back, and look what that horse did. He wins with that horse, and Craig is 9% with second time out horses. But I just think that this is a very, very nice horse. But I would like your opinion though. Do you like anybody in here?
Yeah, the first horse I looked at was I'll Have Another Kiss, the 4. I know this horse pretty well. I've had this horse a few other times. I always thought the other times I wagered on this horse and watched races this horse has been in, I never got the impression that this is a mile horse. I thought this was a 6 furlong horse, sprinter. But with the drop down, this horse drops down from a 68.5 allowance race into a 50,000 claimer. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is an optional claimer, correct? I think it's the only horse in for a tag, which does concern me. With that being said, it's going to be very, very difficult to keep this horse off the board. This horse should have the lead, drops down to the 50, but that the horse is the only one up for a tag does concern me. So the only other horse I was trying to make is the 3, Moment's Pleasure. I liked the first race at Del Mar, first around the turf, had the layoff, second race off a layoff, comes back from Santa Anita, ships in, and off a win at 6 furlongs. The question is, I would think this horse hasn't proven that it doesn't like a mile by finishing a close second. I'm thinking that's the other horse, and obviously the other contender is Maria's Tina. So I probably would go the 3 over the 4, thinking that the 4 is the most likely winner, though.
Okay. So 3 over the 4 or 4 over the 3?
For my purposes, I'll take the 4 over the 3 because I'm hoping the 4 can get the mile, but we will see. The drop down is the key. Drop down to 50.
The 2 is in for a tag as well, but
look, okay.
But look, so the 3 horse looks good. but it is a horse that's just broke its maiden, and these horses don't come back to be winners very often. Whereas, so usually a more experienced horse will win these races unless the other one has a lot of talent. So I'm definitely looking at the 3 strongly. I think the 3, but if I do need to look at things from a different lens and go, okay, who else has the experience at this level or above that is running good? And it would be this horse. I mean, this horse faced 7 other horses last time out and ran a very good race against similar. So maybe you would look at a horse like this. It is the EquinEdge top pick. The 6 horse, here's another one. But this one's facing a little bit tougher. I don't think I can get behind this Peter Urton horse here for sure. Hernando was aboard this horse last time out. This is a tougher field. When he entered in this race, here's another thing, and you mentioned this too. I don't love horses that are losing at the same condition like this. This horse has been at this level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I'm not a fan of that.
Correct. Yeah, I did give this horse a look. The only positive that I saw here was 3rd race off a layoff, but it ran the same, almost exact races on the February 23rd and March 22nd. So I'm not seeing any incremental improvement from one race to the next. And again, it's been in for 50. It's cheaper. I think I'll have another kiss and the 3 Moments Pleasure have somewhat of a class edge here. So even though those obviously the 5 and the 6 are contenders, not my cup of tea.
Yeah, when you're trying to get a price, let's just say you've never qualified for the NHC and you want to do that. There's nothing wrong with using a horse like this too. Okay, like as we can see, the 2 is only a couple of lengths back. If a few of these don't have a great trip, this horse is 3rd off the layoff. It only lost by 4 3/4 lengths in its first race off of a long layoff. And anyways, this horse has got 4 second-place finishes, been 1st or 2nd in 5 of 10 races. These are the types of horses that are fair angles for you to try to get a price, especially when none of these horses, if you really want to keep it real, horses that break their maidens only come back to win 5% against winners. So is this the 5% of the time? I mean, the truth is, like the 3 horse, as much as I really like the 8-5, the Scotty long shot, 23%, the chances of this horse actually winning is very low.
Right. So, you made a good point with the 2, True Patriot, that I'll have another kiss, who's my top pick here, only beat this horse by a couple of lengths. So this horse is the closer. Yeah. So if they go kind of fast up front, and maybe this horse is more suited for the mile distance than the 3 or the 4.
Yeah, I'm
playable horse. Yep, playable horse.
Definitely is. This horse. Maldonado's on this 4. Maldonado's sending this 4.
Absolutely.
Right now, the 6 is going to be right there and from the outside, and could put some pressure on the 4, possibly.
He's got such a pace factor. Pace advantage. I mean, 74 over what's it? 74 pace, and what's the next one?
So
55.
Yeah, but when I'm running the race, when you run it, the 6 is right there, and then here comes the 3. I think the 3 is going to sit a really nice trip. What about this horse to watch? This 1 horse, Marina's Tina. This horse broke its maiden against a inferior field. It's lightly raced, no doubt about it. And it came at this level, but it was an easier field than this and got a 2nd-place finish. What do you make of a horse like this? How do you look at a horse like this, David, and go, it's on the improve, it's not? I mean, it lost a little bit of ground from the stretch to the finish. I don't like that.
Yeah, my first impression on this horse was it's basically she's run the same race like every time on the turf.
Yeah.
She's not improving. We know what her level is. She broke her maiden for 50. That was her best race, but it seems like it was no better than the maiden special weights, but lower class. This horse was back in the 50, ran a decent second last time out, beat the 6. But I just think that with the inside post and this horse not having the lead, I'm not a fan because this horse hasn't shown any improvement at all. So yeah, I mean, but obviously a contender. The morning line is 5-2, but yeah, I'm going to pass on this horse.
So, Stephen, to answer your question, for me in jockeys, if I've seen a lot of top jockeys that have not had any success on a horse, and another top jockey gets on, for me, it doesn't really change anything, even if it's Irad. You know, if like Jose has been on or Pratt has been on, I don't think you're going to see that much improvement. And it also turns me off when I see that the horse couldn't, 3 or 4 different times the top jockey was on a horse and the horse hasn't run well. And now a lower percentage jockey is jumping on the horse. I like that horse even less, except when the horse has really big numbers, like maybe the biggest number, because I know the system accounts for that. So it's a fine line. But if the horse has a middle of the pack win percentage and it's dropping to a lesser jockey, I wouldn't like the horse at all. I'd lean against it. And I wouldn't give it any extra chance if it's had top jockeys on there and another one jumps on and they've had no success in the past on that horse. So I hope that answered your question. Aqueduct race number 3, David's coming up in 3 minutes. So you've settled on the 4 horse here. I'm struggling a little bit with it. I don't usually like to play maidens, but I just think everything was against this horse last time out. Horses that break their maiden, and I don't usually play these horses, but I'm kind of leaning towards this 3. Now, the thing about the 3 is this 3 horse has been facing state breds in the first 3 races. Now gets open company here.
Correct.
Right. So like the 6 horse,
right?
The 6 horse has been facing open company. The 1 horse has been facing open company. And the 5 horse has been facing open company. What do you make of Dettori and Phil D'Amato on who's got a couple of them in here? What do you think of this?
Yeah, the 1 horse I thought obviously has a chance to contender, but the way I envision the race shaping up is that this 4 is just going to be have a clear lead, and so I'd be looking for the other horse that's going to stay closer to the pace and possibly finish second or maybe even beat the 4. I think I like the 3 better than the 1.
Yeah,
hasn't been well. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I think I'm changing my mind and kind of liking the 6 horse a little bit, who's going to be sitting right off the 4. I mean, the 6 is very tactical.
Yep. Even though the horse has been in that condition for a while, if gets the right stalking trip, could win. I just don't see the winning profile. But again, the horse I like, I'm saying that, and the horse I like is 1 for 10, and I'm not sure this horse really wants to get a mile. So there you go. So I ask
you a question. So these are rough races, meaning this: you don't really love the favorites, and which means you could get a price here that wins, and it really hurts, right? And then you're behind.
You don't have it.
Do you play defensively here, right? Or because you have other races within the sequences that you like?
Yeah, this is early, but yeah, I don't think I played defensively here in the first race. Just pick a winner. If you're looking for a value horse, I think Scotty's right. The True Patriot is the closer and has proven that it can win at a mile, right? So yeah, that could be to me, NHC, if this was a mandatory race, I might just, even though I like the 4-3, I don't think they're getting enough of a price. Hey, I may take a shot with the 2. That was a good point.
Yeah. By the way, Stephen, yeah, in that case, there are some jockeys that are just better on the turf, and if you know who those are, I would agree with you that yeah, and you think that the horse might get a good trip, is tactical. I will say this too: I very rarely will single a horse that comes from way back, too far back. I don't know about you, David, but they just are always going to be at the mercy of pace, almost always, unless they are just that much more classy.
Right, and not just pace too. If they're dead stone closers, they have more of an issue running into possible traffic problems depending on the posts, right? Say if you have the 1, 2, or 3 posts in a 12-horse field and you're a dead stone closer, that's a decent post because you're not worrying about going for the lead. You're going to drop back. But can you get position to the outside from the 3 posts? Or are you going to have to wait to weed through horses? And your dead stone closer at 6 to 5, that's to me a justification or an angle to try to beat a horse like that.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so here in race number 1, yeah, I'm stalling a little bit. Let me tell you, I do like the win percentage, 38% with Erden and Hernandez. I mean, Hernandez only been on this horse 1 time, rated, no bid, did have the rail, but it was rating. It looks like it was fine. Let's look. In this situation, I like to look at changes and see what happened. There is no changes on the 6 horse whatsoever. Jockey trainer combination is great. Frezu gets off of the 4 horse after being on this horse the last 7 times. Wow. It's very interesting. I mean, never won, I guess. Try Maldonado, I guess, right? Because maybe, you know what I think? Maybe they're feeling like this horse has no heart and they need to get the lead with this horse. And Maldonado's going to get this horse on the lead. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, and also, Scotty, Frezu goes to the 1 to D'Amato's horse.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, he's been on that horse the last couple of times. Did he jump off that horse? I mean, you don't usually get off a horse you've been on for the last 7 times and then get on another horse unless it's better.
Correct.
It's not a proven loser either, which I do like, by the way. I like that this horse is not a proven. I already know who I'm taking. I'm taking the 1. And I'm going to tell you why. It's not a proven loser. It's 3rd race off the layoff. And yes, you're right. I was hearing you and I agree with you, but it's been facing such better horses, and it took the increase in class and still ran a decent race last time out. But I also, you know what my over the top figure is, and that is it's facing a lot of Cowbreds here.
Correct.
And I like that because it's been facing open company in those races. So I think I'm going to – so the 5 horse, it beat the 5 horse handily in the last race. Do you think the 4 can rate?
I don't think the 4 can rate, no. If the 4 does not have the lead coming for the far turn, coming for home, and it hasn't been passed, it didn't have the lead, this horse is not this horse to me can't stalk at a mile. It's got to be right on the lead. This horse may be long gone. It's a big class. It's dropping down to 50 from they've been in maiden special, but I think it's got some optional claimers there, but this is the first time in for a tag. I think they've been burned too many times in the past recently by lone speed, but I'm not playing it. This horse may be long gone.
Yeah. 1 of 2 horses in for a tag. All right. So I have to put in my play, and I think tentatively, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the 4-on-1 ticket. Shoot, that 3 is going to win, and I'm going to be so mad at myself. When we're looking at a bunch of horses that seem like losers, don't you have to take the fresh face? You know what? I'm going to.
Yeah, you almost right. Yeah, you're almost convincing me. You don't. When you start talking long shots, you don't have to twist my arm too far. Now I'm almost tempted. If I was going to make a play, and again, I've got to remember, it's not for real money. It's a mythical tournament. You need to make winners, all that. But you're almost talking me into the 2. because they're all losers. The 2s doesn't have to have the lead. The 2 can start. The races aren't bad. You get a much better price. We got time.
Yeah, I will tell you tentatively, I'm putting the 3 on both my tickets, but I might change that to the 2. All right. Next leg, we've got Keeneland race number 8. Let's go there. Well, let's go to Aqueduct first because we've got this feeder. So let's go there. All right. And we won't be able to play this for you, but I'll turn it up loud.
You turn it up loud, and I am going to take a quick. I'll be back in about 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay.
Well, I need a beverage. I thought I had enough beverages hooked up here, but I'll be back. Good luck, everybody. Let's see if Daddy Knows spits the bit here.
Okay, Arnold.
6 to 5. I wouldn't bet Daddy Knows at 6 to 5 with Monopoly money off of last to win 2 in a row. Good luck with that. All right.
I'm gonna give everybody my best Trevor Denman.
Okay, do it, and let's go Funkenstein.
Okay, here we go. On the 5 horse is David Funkenstein. The 10 Durkin's call is 2 to 1. We predicted that with a good break. Durkin's call turned his head last time out in the gate when the gate opened, and still only lost to Daddy Knows, the 2 horse, by very little. Does draw that outside post as well. They're almost all loaded. There goes the 10. And I'm watching for the 10 to see how the break is. I unfortunately can't show you this race, but hopefully you can hear it. Here we go. Race number 3 from Aqueduct. 10 broke pretty good. Not bad. And 2 did not break good. No. I'll tell you what, already advantage to the 10 horse, who's only 2 lengths back right now. And the 2's getting pressure from 3 other horses. So Dave was spot on with this horse. 5 horses saving ground on the inside. Funkenstein, who he chose. And right now, advantage 5 and 10. Let's see what happens. Ten is closing really good. Wow, went wide, but closing a made 2's toast. 5's going to go on the rail. 10's going to go outside, and 10's got the momentum. But didn't have to go wide. That could hurt that horse late. Durkin's call is on the lead right now. The 5 is fighting. Come on, Funkenstein. One time for David. Come on. 2's running huge, surprisingly. But Funkenstein, there we go, David. 5, 2, 10. Nice call by David. Funkenstein gets the win. 2 horse on the inside, broke slow, dealt with the dueling, and still ran very, very good. Not a poor effort whatsoever. I mean, you'll take that. But wow, good call by David. I don't think he even knows yet, Funkenstein. I'm going to tell him the horse came in last. He won't know, maybe, or maybe he's watching it on his TV. I don't know, but let's just see if he knows it. If not, I'll say, man, don't tip him off yet. Let's see what he's got to be watching it. He probably already knows. So
that worked out pretty well.
Oh, you saw it. Yeah, you saw it. I was going to tell you the horse got last.
No, yeah, I was watching it. I have it on the screen here, so I came back in. But just did you notice Daddy Knows around the turn was trying to bear out? That's what that horse does that quite often, and that cost the horse the race. So, but still almost won. I'm like, don't come back and beat me. You're gonna. I didn't think you had that much heart. But see, that's what I'm saying. The horse was even money, not the right play. I'm never using that horse, even at morning. It just took too much. But Daddy Knows is not going to be reliable at even money. It's just not. This is not Flight Line at even money. This is Daddy Knows.
So we still have. We need to look.
Yeah,
at
we got to start moving. Yep.
Keelan 8. Yeah, we are really crawling today. Let's see here. So look, I've narrowed this race down to 3 horses. 1, 5, 8. A huge scratch of Warlock Goddess. I mean, I don't know what happened there, but she was going to be 1 to 9, no question about it. This might not even qualify in my mind as a grade 3 race, to be honest with you. But that being said, it looks like these 3 horses pretty confidently. Did you have an opinion?
Yeah, originally when Warlock Goddess was in this race, it's like I'm looking for ways to beat this horse. Just couldn't really find it. Warlock Goddess won this race last year. Just would have been a difficult horse to bet on. But even with Warlock Goddess was in, I was looking to make the 1 Chop Chop. Then the notes I have on Chop Chop, I recall sitting in the grandstand at Keeneland in 2022 for the Breeders' Cup. And Chop Chop was in a juvenile race and was the favorite, right? The Breeders' Cup back on, juvenile fillies. Yeah. And that's the favorite. Now has this horse taken such a drastic, drop or off form? But the horse has decent races. And I just thought that this horse might be in a good spot on the turf here today. So right now, since my other horse was scratched, I guess I would just go with the 1 over the 5.
So the 1 Chop Chop is got two works on the turf. The last work, let's take a look. Got a 3-star, and you can see those red cones. So that's called working around the dogs.
The dogs.
So,
the dogs.
The dogs. Yep. So we can preserve the turf course, and doing it easy. That's why you don't want to look at time as well, because the horse is running wide. So the 50 and 3 doesn't really mean anything. It's more what we want to do is just see how the horse is doing it. And they got a 3-star from Bruno. Never really being, seems happy. Yeah, it was in my mind. It was okay. It was just an okay work. I mean,
I agree.
But again, I'm just, I'm learning how to. I've obviously watched race replays my entire life, but I'm getting better at it. I actually went, honest from northern Spain, and so we were in A Coruña, and it was a blast, and so I went to one of the games. How do you know this stuff? I like it. I got stopped the other day by somebody that's from that area, and he's looking at me. I was in Starbucks, and he sits next to me, and I knew he was looking at the shirt, and it was so funny.
I was going to mention to you, it looks like you have a soccer shirt on. I thought you were a fan of Lionel Messi plays.
I am a huge fan of Messi's. I think Messi's the best soccer player, football player of all time. He's just a freak of nature.
Right.
So
I'm more of a Messier fan than a Messi fan, but that's because I'm hockey. Messier over Messi. Right. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
With the Rangers. I had Kings season tickets for 2 years, or for 4 years. I mean, I went to both Stanley Cups.
Oh, Jonathan Quick. Oh, so you mean the one that they knocked out my New York Rangers?
That was just incredible. Yeah, but your Rangers didn't show up to the series, just so you know.
Yeah, I know. We're spent. Usually by the time we get to that far, the whole team is spent working so hard. So.
I think. So, by the way, because we want to go to Keeneland 5, but Keeneland race number 8, I think the 8's the horse. I think it's going to be very tough, this horse going gate to wire. Is there anything about Vergara you don't like?
Yeah, I don't know. This horse has been, all these turf stakes, and he's got speed now. I just not feeling it. This horse will be close. It doesn't seem to win a lot and barely holds on at Kentucky Downs on the September 9th when she did win. It looks like if you bet this horse, you're going to be sweating it out coming down to the wire, because even when she runs a good race, she's either packing it in late or just winning by a head or some close finish. So I don't know. I'm going to try to. I just can't get over Chop Chop Class. Horse running at a higher level at Breeders' Cup, and really, Chop Chop's got 4 races on the synthetic, pretty decent races, and has a race over the turf, and had a nice third at Fairgrounds back on March 11th, 2023. So yeah, I just can't get off of Chop Chop now, especially with the scratch of Warlike Goddess.
Right, we'll
that would have been my
goes in. They're at the post.
David, you're on the 3, Uncle Truly.
Yes.
I'm on the 8 horse Thomas Aquinas.
And they're off.
And
all right, good luck.
And the 4. Here we go.
Thomas Aquinas ducked in at the start, now straightens course. Nomos is there up on the far outside. Swiss Slang, Uncle Truly, down toward the inside. And then Quokka in between horses. Uncle Truly has the lead, starts to work over toward the rail, but Thomas Aquinas now puts ahead in front, and Nomos joins that pair. From the far outside, Iris's Dream will go 4th in between horses.
I don't like the ride by the
Quokka,
3.
who's in
Jockey on the
5th.
3.
Ode to Balius moves up one
think
spot from 6th.
the
Swiss
horse
Slang
had an
back
easy
toward
lead
the inside
and
is
could
in
have
7th
taken it
position.
to
Then
him.
McAvoy
Now
behind that one.
is behind
Tough
horse.
Little Nut
I mean,
moves
running
up, has to
comfortably,
go
don't get me
wide to
wrong,
the first turn, though,
I
to
think
pick up a
the 3
couple of
should have-
positions, and is
jockey
running
should have
6 lengths off the lead, but
Yeah.
wide around that first turn. Blue
Yeah,
Creek
now the
back to
3's
straight
got
open,
the risk
quarter
of
mid
traffic
in
issues
23.
where that
0.64
position never
seconds.
held
On to the back
second.
stretch. Thomas Aquinas against the rail with the lead, 3/4 of a length. Nomos goes second by a length to Uncle Truly, who's
I'll
third
take
by
an
a
8-3,
half length.
3-8
Iris's Dream
exacta.
is in 4th between horses. Tough Little Nut is moving on the far outside from 5th to 4th to challenge for 3rd, up within
Here comes
2
the
lengths of
6
the lead.
horse.
Tough Little
From
Nut.
the back is against the rail
Yeah.
in the 6th position. Iris's Dream is still there in between horses. They're joined by Ode to Bali as far outside. Break of 2 more back to McAvoy. Then Quokka. Blue Creek moves wide from last. 48.43 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Thomas Aquinas leading Nomos by a half length over to the far turn. Tough Little Nut is 3rd, a length off the front pair, and caught wide on the turn. Uncle Truly is there to the inside in 4th. Iris's Dream is in 5th. Ode to Balius in 6th. Swiss Slang is 7th. Quarter mile
Nine's
to
closing.
go. Thomas Aquinas chased by Nomos off the turn. Uncle Truly behind that pair. Tough Little Nut. And then Iris's Dream in behind horses. Nomos
Come on,
narrow
Ace.
lead. Uncle Truly needs room.
It's a
So does
3
Iris's
between
Dream.
horses.
Tough Little Nut far outside. Thomas Aquinas still there to the inside, but Nomos has the lead.
Yeah, Nomos,
It is
right?
Nomos in front by
Yeah,
a length to
Nomos.
Thomas Aquinas. Iris's Dream, late run Swiss Slang, but Nomos in front. Irad Ortiz Jr., 3 wins on the day. Nomos wins it. It'll be
Anyone.
close for second. It'll either
The
be
one
Thomas
we
Aquinas
both
or
didn't
Swiss
like.
We both did not like that 10
Nope.
whatsoever.
Nope. No.
Yeah, no, Irad got that horse home. No, you know what? I'm okay beating horses like that all day long.
Yes.
You know who was
Mhm.
disappointing and didn't get bet whatsoever was McAvoy. Did not
Right,
run
exactly.
lit.
Mhm. Right.
Yeah, never was in it.
Yeah,
Right
the
on. I didn't know that, Greg. Well, I knew you were British, but right on. So you know about that. I went. I had the best time. Incredible. The best time. I was in. You know what? I was in Australia too, and watching the football down there and rugby. And,
yeah.
oh my
Oh,
gosh,
man.
that is fun.
that Australian
fun.
football is nuts.
No,
That is
it is.
absolute insanity.
AFL.
One morning, I just happened to pop up on the TV on a Sunday morning early, and I'm like, "What the heck?" I'm like, "This is like the most fun sport on the face of the earth, Australian football."
Oh,
I didn't even know what the hell they were doing. It was just like a brawl. I mean, it was just yeah.
Well, that's rugby, but I'd say the American football or Australian football, that is really fun to go to too. That's really neat, Graham. Yeah, I had a blast doing that, and then going to the soccer too is so much fun when you go back there because the passion that people have, is for this is in Europe. It's amazing. Yeah, for sure. Right. Oh, Rodney had that 27-1. You had 27. You had 27-1 exacta. So the 10-8 exacta paid $27. Nice hit on that, brother. Nice hit.
Nice. Congrats.
Okay.
I'm still living off my Funkenstein money.
That's okay though. At least you got a win there. Okay. I haven't made a bet. Let's see here. I struggled in this race. I narrowed it down to 3 horses. Struggling because I just in my heart believe that the 8's going to go gate to wire. I hate that this is going to get bet down to the favorite. The horse has really been unreliable. If you look at the last 2 races, I mean, this horse has been 5-2 and spit the bit out. Dave gave out.
Yeah.
Nice going, Dave. Such a good handicapper is Dave. What were you going to say? I'm sorry, David.
Oh yeah, we've mentioned about Vergara before. That this horse, just seems to pack it in late, or when it wins, it barely holds on. Honest horse. I mean, this horse usually runs her race, so you're getting a horse that's probably going to be right there. But I'm on chop, and once I get on a horse, I'm but obviously this horse could go wire to wire.
So what? Maybe take the fresh face with Ken McPeak, the 5.
I mean, the 5 has run. She's run good races. The last one too. Yep, they got at fairgrounds, stakes races. Yeah, I mean, and 2-3 over the Keeneland course. This horse will take a lot of money now.
Yeah, and 3 tries earned $150,000 at Keeneland, whereas the 1 has not run at Keeneland, and this horse 1 time. Maybe Lovely Princess is the horse. I think what did throw me off was 2 back. This horse was racing. That non-graded stakes race was a 64, and it barely won.
Mm-hmm. At less than at 4-5, right? Yeah,
and it might not have the class that Vergara and Chop does. I'm struggling. What do you make these horses? This horse is in 3 tries earned $344,000 on turf, but yet they haven't run this horse on turf in 8 races. What the hell's going on?
Which horse is this?
Chop.
Oh, Chop. Oh yeah. Well, I guess they're looking for a spot, right? They're looking for what does this horse do best? Now, I just think because it's actually won 2 races on the turf, right? So the race at Fairgrounds.
Yeah, 3. Well, it's won 3 races on all. Yeah, 2 and got 3rd in a non-graded stakes race before going on a layoff.
Right. So obviously with the winter, they figured synthetic. Let's give synthetic a try. The horse she was good on synthetic, and the horse hasn't run that distance. That's always a concern. But I just knowing this horse and watching this horse run before, I think I just get the impression that this horse, out of a Giant's Causeway on the dam side, can get the distance.
Yeah, but that's a thing. I agree. Like, look at the distances for the 5-horse Lovely Princesses. All the top distances: 10, 10.5, 12. Maybe this has got to be the horse. But you're right. I mean, Vergara has a big pace advantage in this race. But but I agree with you. I think that Manny makes a really good point. Like, you usually don't want to, unless the breeding is just so over the top long, you don't usually want to play a horse 12 furlongs. It doing something for the first time. I'm going to go, shit. What about Vergara? I mean, this horse obviously has done very well. Going 12 furlongs, it might be a little bit cheaper.
And do you think that the EE morning line 4-5? If this horse is even money, I don't want any part of it.
That's what's going to happen.
Could
this
be,
horse is off these money.
Yeah, so you're not going to get any value after War Like Goddess is out.
It's gone 2 times 12 furlongs, and now being fair to this horse, last Saratoga last year, that was a grade 2 race in a 78 group. So I mean, fair enough. But what happened against the, on 10-22 in the Dowager over at Keeneland? That wasn't that strong of a group, and the horse ran like hell.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they have given this horse a break, right? A breather, I'm assuming. I don't know that anything's wrong. And Maybe it comes back fresh. This is the race is between these 3 horses. I'm convinced, David, but it is a tough race. So you're going to go with the 1.
I'm going with the 1. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You going with the 8?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 8. Yeah. I'm going to go with the 8. Off the layoff. All right. Okay. What do we have coming up?
You want to go to the 9th at Keeneland in track order, or do you want to go, or you mean on the screen coming up?
Let's see here. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Bear with me here.
Sure. We got 8 minutes to post at Aqueduct 4th.
Okay. We have been having, to be fair, we've been having server issues, David, and I think we're down again. They're on it, and but I think it's a possibility. Okay, something that just came back. They must be struggling with it. They're working through it, but it's the company that we have our servers at. They're the ones having the issues, and they're massive too. So let's see here. So where do we need to go to? We need to get to.
Well, we can go to the Keeneland 9th or go in time order.
Let's go to Aqueduct 6.
Aqueduct 6. Okay.
Go to Aqueduct 6.
All right, let me pull that up.
Okay.
And just the AEs are scratched. Okay. Do you want to run the simulator first?
Yep, let's run it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, let me first get rid of the horses that don't look to have a look.
Then you're getting rid of my horse. That's okay. I'll forgive you.
Hopefully not. Let's see here. 6. Okay, so let's run this thing. Okay, sorry guys, we're having some server issues, so I apologize. Okay, let's get back. So Gulfstream Park. So the 1 horse, 7-5, but here's the problem. I remember this race because we did cover this. We covered this race. I don't know why. Maybe I just looked at it earlier today. But in the first call, the 3 is super fast. You see that? So, and the 1, I can't tell whether the 1 can rate or not. It was 55% last time out, and it lost. I mean, it's been the favorite in all 3 races, big favorite. Is this a horse that you want to use?
I personally would be a little reluctant. I mean, this horse did have the out at 11 post the last race at Aqueduct when it was when she was going. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. When he was going 2 turns.
Yeah.
So I could possibly throw that race out, but you're right. Every race, this horse is the favorite, taking a ton of money. And back to a sprint. It's probably better suited to a sprint for a sprint. Big race at Saratoga, August 24th, just missed. But as the favorite. But gelded. This horse is first time gelding. So obviously the horse has its issues, but and I don't love necessarily the rail going 6 on that turf course, because either you gun for the lead or you rate and you hope that you get good position if you do decide to rate, and it's a quick 6 furlong race. Yep.
Yeah.
And the 3, to me, it looks like the horse had the clear lead. But as far as making a pick here, I don't think I don't have to spend a lot of time, because it's either the 3 or the 2 for me, because I like this Mazzy, the James Bond first-time starter. James Bond, I'm very familiar with that barn. They're looking for turf. They get a bunch of horses and turf meant for turf. They've got Aqueduct just started last week with their first turf races, so you're starting to see Bond's name come up quite often in these races.
Yeah.
And Bond can pop with a first-time starter in a field that doesn't have any standouts. So to me, I'm going to take a risk here that this 2 can win first time out. I know there's the speed factor here. I understand that, but sometimes these races, you'll know right away. I'll know when I bet the 2. If this horse is not in 3 or 4 or 5 lengths to the lead, then this horse, this was a tune-up race. And it's usually with Bond horses, if they break, well closer to the pace, they have a chance in a sprint. But I'm going to take a chance here with this first-time starter.
Okay. I'm taking a chance with the 4 horse, the first-time starter. And the reason I'm going away from I just think that this is not a great field. I just have a feeling that the winner is going to be one of the first-time starters. I think any of the 3 first-time starters can win, 2, 4, or 5.
Right. It's a New York State restricted race, right? So, yeah, there's not going to be any major horses come out of this race. It's probably a questionable field. So that's my justification for taking a first-time starter. They're not, barn burners, anything else in the race. So I'll go with a first-timer also, the 2.
Okay. Let's see here. I think we might be back up, but let me just double check 1 second. Wow. All right, let me see here. So who are you gonna settle in with?
Scotty, for me, it's the 2, Mazzy.
Got it.
And if I was going to pick another a horse for second, I guess I'll just go with the horse. I'll have the clear lead 3. So it's all 2, 3.
2, 3. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going 4, 5.
4, 5. Let me write that down. 4, 5 for Scotty.
I'm going 4, 5.
Right. With the other first-time starter, makes sense, right? So we're both taking a chance. There's no world beaters in here. We'll give a shot with a first-time starter.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
I'm gonna go 4, 5. So.
All right.
Let's see here. All right. So the next leg that we have is Keeneland race number 9. Let's get out there.
Let's get out to Keeneland.
9. Okay, Keeneland race number 9. Okay. Race 9. Let's see if I can get this up. Okay, let's run this thing. Okay, let's run it. What's going on, Oscar? Hola. Sorry, guys, we're having a lot of technical issues, so I'm having to deal with them at the same time trying to do a live show. It's not easy. It's probably rough to watch, so I apologize. Okay, so in this race, you can see the one horse is right there. The one is moving up in GSR as well. And here comes the 5 late.
They don't have the 11 up there right on the pace?
The 11, let's see here. If you look at the first call, yeah, so watch. I'll sort it by pace. So the 11 is up there, right? So you've got the one horse who seems to need the lead. They're going 7/8. Happy Soul that needs the lead. You've got the 11 horse that doesn't need the lead, but it rated a little bit, but that was against a 64 group. I don't know that horse can rate here. So you could be looking at 3 horses just flying. I'm on 2 horses, easy for me. I'm on the 8 and the 5.
You're on the 8. Unifying. Okay, I think I have a similar opinion here. The one thing I looked at the 7 originally, Happy Soul, and this horse just doesn't. She doesn't look like a 7 furlong horse to me, so that's a toss. But then the thing is, I want somebody to be close to the pace, and when I looked at both Royal Spa and Unifying, the 5 and the 8, I like both horses. I think they have a big shot to win. But I just don't know if they're going to be close enough to the pace. I don't know. I'm looking for somebody who's going to stalk closer, and I had a difficult time finding this horse, Scotty. So I guess when push comes to shove, this is a race I struggle with, and I guess I'd go with the 8 on top of the 5, only because 2 races back at Tampa. Just had a bang up second to Shaitan Lady, I think in this race would be a prohibitive favorite. So based off that, I'm just the Hurricane Birdie. I don't think she ran very well that day, and I don't know why. Yeah. So that does concern me. To Red Carpet Ready, who's come back in good form, but I think just the class edge there coming out of the grade 3. But I do still have concern that this horse may be too far away from the pace. If the horse has won at 7 furlongs, but that was a sloppy track. So yeah, I'm going to go with 8-5 here. We're in the same horses.
All right, so we're at Aqueduct right now, David, where you've got the 7. We both agreed that the 7, who just broke slow out of the gate, but does get the lead. We thought this horse was the front runner.
Yes, I think it's a wire job.
But that was a slow break. I mean, that could cost the horse late. Hopefully not, but I don't think the jockey should get tricky. Like, make sure you keep the horse going and interested. I don't think you can really – he's trying to preserve the horse, and sometimes that comes back to bite you. And the 5 is just sitting in a really garden trip really pretty easily at 8-1 Thunder Rain. Ryan.
Right. My race just came up here. I'm way behind you guys.
Seven is not pulling away from the 5. And the 1 has got a ton of horse. Now the 7's trying to go out a little bit, lug out, and losing ground to the 5 right now. Yeah, did not take that turn very well either. And here comes the 1, Colloquy at 5-2, and the 3 on the outside. First time, one of those 2 are going to win this race. All right, 3 horse gets the win in the 4th race over at Aqueduct race number 4. 2, 3, 4. So that's it, right? That we're done with the.
That's it.
How did you fare?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay.
Yes. Just bear with me 1 second, Scotty. I had a weird noise here. I don't know. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay. So we're going to get to, we need to start making some progress here. So we'll get to at Keeneland race number 9, David and I agreed 8-5, 5-8. I'm playing 2 entries like I usually do. And I've got the 8 on one and the 5 on another. So Real Spa, I think, deserves a look for Bissett. And then now we need to go on to the halfway point. That is Aqueduct race number 7. So Aqueduct race number
Okay,
7.
I'm back.
Okay. So
There's a battery
race,
issue.
Let's run this race.
Okay.
All right, we're going to
7th at the Big A.
Let me sort it. Okay. All right, bear with me. I'm talking with Brad.
Sure.
Okay. So why don't we start with what you like in here?
Okay. So this is an easy call for me, Scotty, because I'm married to a horse in this race. And once you get married, you have, the vows. I don't want to break into my vows to this horse.
Okay.
And I have to. I'm forced to use the one Mason Mania. I really like this horse today. Little history on this horse. March 16th is the last time this horse ran. And it was in a later race. So it was the 8th race at Aqueduct, and that's the Saturday of the NHC, right, Scotty?
Yeah.
And all day long, I was telling everybody at my table, boy, my best bet of the day is in the 8th race at Aqueduct. I love this horse. Off the Claim by Rudy Off the Claim, who claimed it was just claimed before from Rob Atras. This horse is getting into form, and once Rudy rounds these horses into form off the Claim, they stay good for a few races.
Yeah,
I was a little surprised that this horse didn't win this day at 3.5 to 1, and was my best bet of that day. But I did get a second. Unfortunately, the place money and the NHC did not catapult me to make the cut line. It would have helped me if this horse won, because then I maybe had a better chance. But I really needed the win here with that horse. The horse ran a good second. I'm not sure I love the inside post here, but I thought this horse was sitting on a big race last time out. I have no doubt or no question that this horse isn't sitting on the same race that I thought it was sitting on a month ago. So it's all number 1 Mason Mania for me off a stalking trip.
So just so you know, on both of my entries, I used the 1.
Okay.
Yeah, I used the 1. I love the 8 to 1. The favorite's going to be the 7, and the horse only has a 23% win chance. I was a little concerned, a little bit, and maybe you can answer this for us. Why Liscano gets off of the 1 to ride the 5? And any idea? Because he's only 7% chance of winning with James Ryerson. Just was weird to me.
Yeah, I saw that also, and it's a little bit of a head scratcher. I mean, James Ryerson's barn, he doesn't have as many horses as Rudy Rodriguez, so you wouldn't think there's a barn commitment there to this horse. But yeah, it was kind of puzzling to me. But I think, the jockey switch does concern me. But with that being said, I'm got too much history with this Mason Mania, so I don't think you'll get a better price with Liscano off. So, but
let me ask you a question, David. Is this a situation where, look, Brad Cox took over for the 7-horse Quick to Accuse, and Manny Franco was aboard, and they won easily against Easier. Now moving up in conditions, and is it maybe he's got this horse running really good, or maybe the field last time out was just not as good? Maybe the horse is really coming into form, under Brad Cox. I don't know. What do you think? Have you seen this move with Brad Cox before?
Yeah, not so much, Scotty. Now, Brad Cox, this is a New York State bred race, and Brad Cox doesn't train many New York State restricted horses. I guess Horatio de Paz had this horse last time out, right?
Yes.
It might have been a private purchase, and maybe they're taking the horse out of town after this race. I don't know. It's a rather interesting move. This horse has definitely got a chance, but based on that last race, I didn't think that field was okay. But at this point, I just think Mason Mania's just more of a hard hitter at this level, and I prefer.
Is this a protect race? Because this just seems like the type of race where the favorites are going to get beat. There's nothing wrong with the 4, by the way. Carmouche and Pletcher. Now, Carmouche gets off of the 6 horse to ride Clever Forever.
Mm-hmm. Cutting back from 1.1 1/8 to a mile, which I always like.
Right? Which I like as well. Goes up in GSR. Win percentage does go down. So this is a much tougher field than what Clever Forever has been facing the last couple of races.
Correct. And again, even though Mason Mania is a New York bred, the last couple of races, this horse has been an open company, which I like. So this horse, to me, has been facing some hard-hitting claimers, and now it cuts back with the New York State breds who are not. So I think it's a little bit of a class drop for the 1 horse.
All right, we'll come back to that race. Let's get out to Keeneland. They've just taken off right now.
Mulligan moves up from the inside and has the early lead. Miracle Worker goes second. Vinco is in third. One Giant Leap close up fourth down toward the inside. Tibby now comes out of that 4-way scramble, takes over the second spot, just a length off the lead of Mulligan into the far turn. Further back, Baltazar toward the center of the pack is in the 6th position. Morrow 7th. Chance is last of the 8. Mulligan is the leader. The opening quarter in 22.82 seconds. Midway on the far turn. Tivy just off the leader's flank, but Mulligan still leads it around the turn, 3/4 of a length. Tivy goes second by 3. And then Vinco, who's a wide third. Miracle Worker 4th. One Giant Leap is 5th, has lost some ground around the turn. 10 lengths off the lead, 1/4 mile to go. Mulligan the leader. Mulligan on top, a length and a half off the turn. Tivy is second. Miracle Worker third, back toward the inside. Vinco is in 4th. They're coming into the final furlong, and Mulligan has opened up on a 3-length lead. Now he's 4 lengths clear. Coming past the 16th pole. Mulligan well in front. And then Tivy in second. Chance is going to run late toward third to the inside, then Vinco, but it is all Mulligan. Second win of the day for Flavian Pratt. Mulligan wins it. Chance will come home to grab second. It's going to be close for third, either Tivy.
2856 at Keeneland race 6. So the 2-horse Mulligan. Let's see here. I had not much of a surprise, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Very logical.
Top SOR, top win percentage, 2-1 EquinEdge morning line, EquinEdge second pick, had tactical speed. Yeah, ran a good race. You won, ended up going off as a favorite and disappointing. And the 5 closed from nowhere. Chance to get up for third. These are the kind of horses, to be honest with you, that I love. I love playing horses like this, not to win, but putting them in second and third, David, because
absolutely.
Don't you? Look, facing similar, goes up in win percentage, up a little bit in GSR, and just always closes. I mean, consistently. Goes off at 7-1. These are the types of horses that help you make money if you can find the winner in the second horse, or but
correct.
And that horse ran huge, ran a big race, considering Mulligan was going to be really tough to deny in here. And off the layoff, we talked about this horse too with Pratt and Brissett. Look at that. Brissett is 29% first horse to race. First back. That's insane.
That's just awesome. Yep. Crazy numbers.
Yeah, it's so good. Okay, so let's go back to race number 7 at Aqueduct, just so we can just kind of finish that conversation out.
Sure.
So I'm going to sort from the post position, top to bottom. So like from the 8 and down. Let's just see. So the 8's nowhere. I mean, the 8's. So if I ever have time, when I do have time, which isn't very often, what I like to do is just start eliminating these types of horses, and seeing how it gives me a better visual, kind of how the track is how the race is gonna play out. Our horse is gonna get pressed. What's going to go on? So the 8 is really nowhere to be found. So I'm going to just eliminate the 8 so we don't have to look at that horse. So I'm going to restart over again, and we're going to play this thing. So the ones on the rail, the 3 horse is the fastest horse, it looks like, with the 6 horse. I mean, if you're looking for a price horse, maybe the 3 horse, right? That's a possibility.
Yeah, Don't Lose Cruise will be right up on the pace. Does the metric have him with the highest pace number?
It does, with the highest pace number. But I mean, this horse is just stopping, and you can see, 2, 3, 6. I would probably throw out the 2. I throw out the 3. Throw out the 6. So now, okay. So I think this is a great learning lesson, David. So we've got 4 horses here to choose from, in my mind, and really the one that brings the most value, that has the best chance of winning. If you look at the morning line of the 4, it's 5-2. It's the second Scotty pick. It's 20%. The 5 horse Lock and Key is 21%, 7-2. It really just depends on well, you don't get an opportunity with the live odds, but basically whichever one you think might pay the most. So in this case right now, we're, on these mandatory races, David, I'm like, a lot of times I'm just trying to find the winner. But in a race like this that I don't know who the winner is, I have to take the value. So in that case, that would be the one. After doing almost kind of reverse engineering this race.
Right, exactly. You're working it through the puzzle to see which is the best the contest play, right? Which we do all the time. Even though you may prefer somebody a little better, who's got the best value for the contest, right? Yeah, that makes sense. You're going to get a better price with Abner or Adorno than you will with Jose Lezcano. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't make this like I made at the NHC, the lock of the day, with that jockey switch, because that does concern me a bit, I will have to admit.
So when you look at a horse like Clever Forever, the 4 horse, I mean, this horse won by 4 1/4 lengths. It did its job, right? And what I do like about it, what I will say, and I'm starting to kind of like this horse a little bit, and that is this. Look, it faced winners for the first time. These horses don't win very often. It was 49% to win, but it got 3rd. Then it jumps up to a 60 group. That was a much tougher group. It was 34%, and it ran good. But then it faced a 50 group, and it dominated. It got lucky and got an easier group. So now it's moving up to the non-winners of 2, other than maiden, claiming, or starter. And that's what we're looking at now. I don't find that horses, once they get past their first conditions, winning conditions, I don't think that they struggle as much to get through. I think this 4 horse might do okay here, even though it beat a much easier group. It did it pretty easily, and
right.
I don't know. I'm kind of liking that horse a little bit. Whereas you look at a horse like this 5, Lock and Key, it took forever to get through the first condition, and then it faced not a great field and did get second against 5 other horses. But
right, the thing is, Scotty, I think the 4 is too slow. I just think that this horse dropping back from a mile and 1/8. I like to cut back, but if I compare it to Mason Mania or even Lock and Key, I just think those horses are faster. I don't think this horse. I think this horse has shown us what ability level it's at, and to me, this horse was a complete toss for me.
So here's the other thing to consider, and that's the 7, who is going to get a good trip. And that is, goes to Brad Cox, was at the non-winners of 1 level 4 different times. Couldn't get by there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then goes on the shelf for a couple of months, gets with Brad Cox, and then wins fairly handily after losing by 12 lengths prior to that. So maybe we're looking at a different horse now.
Could be. The horse has the class. It ran in the Remsen last 2 years in 2022. So it's 2 years ago now off the layoff. It's been spotty with the time off, right? So raced in December 22, then didn't come back till August 23. Then from January this year to March, it looks like an owner change. This horse is very dangerous. And I think this horse, well, not think, based on what I'm looking at, the 7 horse is clearly faster than a 4 horse. So if you're going to use one of the 4, I'd probably be leaning towards more to the 7 than the 4.
Yeah. Lizcano.
But this race is that's all academic. This is a Mason Mania race. He's going to win by 5.
Yeah. All right.
We'll see.
So we're on the 1. Okay. So now we want to go to race number 8 at Gulfstream Park. Let's do that.
Okay, I'll run that simulator.
So 6 and 4.
6 and 4, the simulator. Scotty, I have to admit, in this race, I totally struggled. I really didn't know which way to go. And Tapeta's not my thing. But going through the race, I really had no clue. And this is one race I would probably pass unless it was a mandatory. Some races you can't get a handle on. But I guess push comes to shove, I would lean towards the 9 horse. Last race seemed to be an improvement off the claim. And I just think this horse can stalk. And it's 5.5 furlongs, and those races are normally conducive to speed, so you got to be close. But I have no confidence even with it. But I would use the 9 here, I guess. I couldn't even find a second horse, to be honest with you.
So let's see who ends up. If I sort these things, let's see who ends up being at the top. So the 7, top of the SOR. 7, top of the GSR. 7's right there tactically in the speed. So we look for long shots. 7 is right there on the win percentages, right there on the top there, right there on the top there. It's also a horse to watch. Top win, top SOR. So, but I think in a wide, like this horse won easily last time out. This horse has some tactical speed. It did get the lead last time out. If we look at the pace situation, the first call, let's look, we'll put this horse at the top. So, I mean, it's going to be the 8 and the 9 have just as much speed as the 7. So I think just from that perspective alone, it's worth maybe trying to beat the 7. Unless we think that the 7 can really sit back and rate, and you can see that it doesn't do that, and this is a tougher field. So maybe we're trying to beat this horse and look for horses that are tactical. So I'm going to start wiping out. I'm going to wipe out the 7. I think there's going to be a lot of pace in here.
So you'd wipe out the 5, East Boston Benny also?
Yep.
That horse is fast.
Yep. And wipe out the 5 as well. And then so this horse, Adios Cole is 5-2 on the odds makers morning line, but 6-1 on ours. And this horse can probably rate a little bit, but it was close to the pace last time out. So, and you look at this horse is going to be wide and needs to be near the lead. I really want to find a horse that can sit and make a run. And there just seems to be so much speed in this race.
Yeah, even though the 9 to me could stalk, you're right. This horse could clearly also, if one of the other speeds don't break so well, this horse could be right on the lead too. So you have a good point. You may want to look for a horse that's more of a closer, but there's so many horses in here that have earlier tactical speed. That's why I struggled so much with this race.
I understand. No, it's not an easy race. And the 6 is going to usually near the pace as well. Like I want a closer.
Yeah.
Like, who is the closer? So I'm going to sort the pace and see who the closer is. Like, look at these horses. Like, none of them really want to close.
Right. So maybe there's no closers. We're overlooking that. Just go with the best speed, the fastest
100%.
horse.
No, that's exactly where I was going with this.
Yeah. Yep.
It's exactly where I was going to go with this. Like, maybe we can use the simulator to see who is actually going to be the fastest horse. So theoretically, it's supposed to be the 5, but let's play this sorting the pace. So the 9 has got a little bit of a lead from that outside, but the 5's not giving it up. Here's the 2.
Yeah, they got the 9. Okay, now they're all coming. They have the 9 and 5 packing it in.
And 6-4.
6-4 they came up with. Okay.
Yeah,
The 6 comes out of it, was claimed for 16 and the last level was 16 also. So would have to improve on class, but also the 7 comes out of a 16 claimer, right? Yeah, that was the same race. Yeah, again, I did like the 9. I figured off the claim for nice race last time out. But again, this horse didn't really close. It's just like kind of hung in second, which is fine. So maybe I should be looking for this fastest of the fast, right? Maybe
you cannot take a favorite in this race. And
no,
but I hate that we're still on this race, but this is a rough race. And it will make a difference, because if you beat the 7 horse and you beat any of these favorites and one of these horses comes from behind and wins, you're going to pay.
With that being said,
win, right? It's going to be the horse that's going to get the lead. You got Paco on the 7 horse. He's sending. You look at here's the first call right here. We'll sort and look, the 9's going to be wide as well.
But the question is, can the 9 just lay a few lengths off and stalk? Right?
The 9 can't stalk, I don't think. Well, look, in its first race, it kind of stalked, but that was also with a 70 GSR on the turf.
Right. Yeah, I might agree. This horse looks like it would prefer winning on the wire to wire, right?
It's getting 113 pounds on it, and it just might get sent. But again, it's facing much tougher in here. This is a 60 group, so
right.
And then you've got the 8 horse. The 8 horse might be able to rate a little bit.
Yeah, to me, the 8 looked too slow compared to these horses. Yeah.
Bravo does a good job of grabbing horses. I prefer Bravo on horses that come from behind. I mean, this is a big jock upgrade here, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe
first time gelding.
Oh, it's first time gelding?
First time gelding also. So you have a couple of angles here if you wish to use this horse as a long shot. But I have to tell you, after talking through the race, I think I'm leaning to the 5 slightly over the 9, because when I can't find a closer and everybody's got speed, I'm not just going to play a slow closer and hope for a meltdown. I'm just going to go with the fastest speed horse, that the 5's going to outbreak everybody and go wire to wire. So it's 5-9. I might regret it. I was going to use 9 and then look for a horse, but all right. So it's either 5-9 or 9-5, something like that. But I think the 5 is the best speed, the fastest horse in here. Early.
I'm taking a chance. I'm taking a chance on the shipper who went to a $250,000 race and actually didn't do bad 68. This is going to feel like a big class relief.
Okay.
I'm gonna,
you're throwing a bomb. I'm proud of you.
I'm going to throw a bomb in there. I'm going to throw a bomb in there. Yep. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it.
All right.
I do want to look at the 2 horse though. Corongo one last time. So it broke its maiden first time out, which is impressive, from the rail, and broke last. The problem I have with this horse is now it's going to synthetic and it drops to a 52 GSR. I don't like that. That's a big drop.
I agree.
That's a really big drop. So I'm going to take a chance on a bomb in here, because if there is going to be a long shot that wins this race, I think it will be the 8. And if any of the other horses wins, it's going to be anywhere from, the 7 horse is the favorite, and it's not going to pay much anyways, and I don't lose anything. So I'm going to play defensively here is what I'm going to do. Yeah, that's how I'm going to do it.
So it's 8. 8 for Scotty.
I'm on the 8, and you're on who?
I'm probably going to end up flipping a coin at this point. The 5 or the 9. I think the 5 for speed. And I get this impression, the way the race is shaping up, that the 9 may be able to stalk a little off and make the rally. So either 5 or 9. If either one of them win, I'll be happy.
All right, so we'll do it this way: 5 and 9. Can't really choose. Okay, and I'm going to take a chance on the 8 horse. Okay, we've got Santa Anita race number 3.
Okay, Santa Anita, because Gulfstream we have 9 also. Okay, we'll go to 3. You want to go to 3?
Yeah, might as well. We'll just stay in order.
Okay, you want to run the simulator first?
Yep.
I have
a note on Devil Amongst Us early on. There's no note. Never mind. Don't know what happened. Oh, it was best rough trip. Okay, but that was a long time ago. So Devil Amongst Us is a silver, 14% win. So the win percent is low. So we have to see whether the 5 horse is all that. Let's take a look at the race, and we'll run it. Man, I'll tell you what, this is these are not easy races, are they?
No.
So it doesn't look like the 2 is in contention. The 5 horse is in the lead going into the stretch and holds on to win over the 4. All right, so I'm going to get rid of the 2. Now I'm going to do this, and I'm going to sort from the top. So I've got the 8 horse, then the 7, 6, 5, 4, and you get it. And we'll start all over. I just want to see how the horses that have the outside posts are running in this race.
Mm-hmm.
So the 1 is going to get pressured by the 4 horse a bit on the speed. That's what I see, and the 5. So, and the 7 and the 8 are right there, but the 6 horse is going to come from behind for sure. Whether it's good enough or not, it is moving up in GSR, and we'll take a look at that horse, because that could be an interesting long shot with the 6 closing. But let's take a look at the 6, see whether that's a keeper or we're going to throw out. Second off the layoff, Ruiz is the trainer, and he's 20% with first-time out horses, 14%, and 25% and 17%. So certainly has every right to do okay. This horse didn't run bad. Did you have a chance to look at this race?
Yes, absolutely. You landed square in the middle of like a dartboard, and exactly the horse I was looking at, the 6 McGregor Lake. I started handicapping this, and I'm like, everybody's a little spotty. The 1 looks like a quitter to me. The horse I was really interested in originally was 5, 49er Gold. After breaking the maiden, drops to an optional claimer. But again, horses breaking their maiden first time. I prefer to give 1 race to this horse. There should be a pretty quick pace. And with that in mind, if McGregor Lake goes back to its race on January 10th of 23, where it just off slow and just closed at 63-1. I think that actually, now I do remember this horse, Scotty. This is the 60-1 shot that I was in an NHC qualifier and knocked me out. And I'm like, who the heck would ever going to use this first-time starter, which is, to me, modestly bred in a just looked like a strong field, and it just came flying. So I think this horse has some ability. I love the second race off a layoff, has won over the turf course, and I am just singling and solidly on McGregor Lake in this race.
So if we look at, we'll go look at these horses one by one. So if you go on the 8-horse belly up, I mean, it's been 38%, 48%, 27%, and losing, and now it's dropping to 7%. The simulated race really didn't have this horse that great. It's dropping in GSR. It's facing similar competition. I think for the 8 to win, the race has got to fall apart. That's what I think. So I'm going to say no on the 8. On the 7-horse, it's going to Doug O'Neill, who's 14% with first-time horses. This horse has not been seen. Actually, Doug had this horse prior as well. It hasn't been seen since Del Mar of last year.
Off a voided claim. Just wanted to point that out.
Okay, voided claim. And it definitely looks like a horse who needs the lead, and this horse is not the fastest horse. So I would say no to that horse. The 4-horse, here's a horse that needs to be forwardly placed as well. Yes, it rated a little bit here on this September 19th or 29th race, but that was against a 46 group. It's been at this level. This horse needs to be forwardly placed, and the 1 is fast. There's some speed in here. I can't remember. Let me redo this, but I don't think. So the 4, the simulator says the 4 is not getting the lead. So if we believe that, we have to be able to see that this 4 can really rate against this level of a group, especially as poor as it ran last time out. Now it's in for 20,000. This might seem like a class drop, but it's not. The SOR is the same. This 4 could get overbet.
Yeah, the 4 could get overbet. It's a prime contender here. It runs some nice races and maybe able to stalk a little bit. But in its maiden special weight race on June 10th, it actually, look who it lost to, McGregor Lake. Right. And again, this horse was closer to the pace, and it was a fast pace. As you can see, this horse, McGregor Lake, was way back. So that pace had to be just crazy rapid. So, yeah, so these horses are close to each other. So I think you get a better price, obviously, on the 6. And when we talked about that strategy, when you're in a contest, you like 2 horses, you go with the longer price. So 4, 6, I would always go with the 6.
Now Rispoli is jumping aboard. It is the Scotty second pick. So I just want to make sure that we are careful.
Cover it, sure.
Yeah, just cover everything. Like, it just doesn't look like a winner, does it? I mean, I know it won 3 races here.
3 races,
it had good form, but since then it just doesn't seem right. And now it's in for a $20,000 tag, and this field came up tough for a $20,000 race.
I agree, and I don't think Gray's last race was anything to write home about, and maybe the horse has reached its peak and maybe declining a little bit. But 3 races over the course, so I'm taking a guess with a horse that the 6-horse may have more upside here. Only 2 starts, second reps off the layoff may improve off that race, so I'm looking for signs of improvement. I think the 6 has more upside than the 4.
Okay. Now let's look at the 1-horse, Devil Among Us. I highly doubt that Maldonado is going to sit there and try to rate on this horse. You? And there's a lot of speed here.
From the rail, I think he's going to gun. This horse is going to be on a lead.
This horse is not a horse that's going to come from far back. Maldonado's mostly a speed rider. And I want to love this horse, and maybe he's going to figure out a way to get this horse to the winner's circle. But the truth is, these horses, they win, but I don't think the setup is here, and they only win 14% of the time. So I'm going to say no. It's such great information there. I think that the winner is going to be the 5 or the 6. I'm going to most likely use the 5. Maybe that's a mistake. Can this horse rate? We don't know. It's got 2 races, speed. It was inside here, and it went to the lead. I don't know if this horse can rate or not.
Right, and it's going to take pressure from the 7, right?
Going to take pressure from the 7.
Right, and even if the 1 decides to rate, if Maldonado decides to rate, it's a tricky close. It's because of the rail post. It's tricky, right? If you rate
Yeah.
third or fourth, you got to make sure you get some room. You get blocked in there. So I think he's going to gun, and the 5's going to be out, the 7's going to be out, and it's going to set it up for the 6.
Yeah, I'm with you. You know what? I'm going to use the 6. I'm going to use the 6 with you. Yeah. All right.
All right. Do you want to go to Santa Anita 4th while we were on Santa Anita to put that to bed?
Yeah,
because
we can do. Well,
I have a solid opinion. I don't have to spend a lot of time on this race. I have a solid opinion.
Okay, well, hold that because we're going to get to Keeneland 7. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Let's do Keeneland 7. How much time do we have? Yeah, they're 2 minutes from the gate. Let's see here. Let's run this. Looks like we can throw out the first time starter there. Is there anybody? Did you look at this race at all?
The Keeneland 7th?
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at it briefly, and I just thought the 2 was by far the best horse, and probably not worth playing unless you're playing horizontals.
Okay,
but again, I don't have all my notes on this.
I remember this race now. We covered this last night with Bruno. He got mad at me because I said the workout didn't look all that great, and he gave this horse a 4-star workout. So he's pretty proud. And so I for sure he made this his top pick, and this horse is the favorite right now. It's and I made the point to him that yes, okay, that horse ran an improved race, but it was against a 44 SOR group, so it was a much weaker group. We also saw the workout of this 2 horse, and honestly, it wasn't that great, and the horse is drawn inside. We might see a price here. The 9-horse Alcove certainly deserves a look for Brad Cox. I'm leaning towards that horse.
Okay, because it wasn't in the sequence of this feeder or qualifier. I didn't really look at it that quickly, but I just thought the 2 was going to win, and I thought the price would be actually actually not a bad price. But yeah, I didn't play the race.
No, he chewed me out. He says,
you're not supposed to. Yeah, you're not supposed to piss off your co-hosts, Scotty.
I know.
I've seen Bruno. I'd be a little reluctant to piss Bruno off, to be honest with you.
He's so mean.
He's almost. I don't want to throw it. I think he's meaner than Andy Serling, actually. So.
Yeah, I think so too.
Right.
I'm like, all I said was, Bruno, it didn't look like a 4-star workout to me. He's like, ah.
Yeah, well, he's almost like yelling. Yeah, we will find out shortly.
There she is, right there. I'm on the 9-horse. Nothing would make me happier than to be able to put that in his face next week and tell him, see?
All right, then I'll have a 2-9. I'll go with the 2-9 exacta box. How about that?
2-9. All right, let's see. I'm on the 9-horse. Let's see. Let's see who breaks on top. That's usually who wins these races.
Correct.
Jockey's not looking to his outside. He better look. Wow, look at the 1. 12 ran a huge race. Get up, 2. Get up too. Oh, hung on. Big long shot.
Who won the race?
I'm so sorry. I didn't show the race. Thank you, Bill. I missed it. My bad. I'm so sorry, you guys.
Oh, I wasn't sure you had. Yep, I was going to mention something, but then I was just looking at the contest here.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Let's see here. Anyways, the 12 horse ended up going off at 10-1, and the jockey was confident on that horse from the very beginning. Again, I so apologize. Here we go. Let's take a replay.
Where yet Vince turns for home, and he's in the battle right now with the Juddmonte first-time starter Alcove just to his inside. He's going to win that battle, and then here comes some more foes to his outside, but he had enough left in the tank to hold on at odds of 10-1 for Forge Ahead Stables, and trainer Wayne Catalano, Jose Ortiz, having himself a meet, as we've said time and time again, wins by about a head in the end. Where you at, Vince?
Right, that was the
well done.
12 horse.
12, yeah, for sure. 12-1-2. 12-1-2.
Saved money. Saved money.
First time starter was
a tough horse to come up with.
Look at the simulator though. The simulator had the 1 winning. And then the 1 and the 2. The 9 was got bet to the favorite, didn't run, but look at the 2 horse ran a good race, didn't have the best trip, but the 1 horse had an even worse trip and was best. When I saw this, I'm like, there's no way this horse is gonna. But look, it's the Scotty long shot and it ran good. I mean, these algorithms are just absolutely incredible. But okay, let's move on. We've got what do we have to cover next? GP9.
We've got Gulfstream. Let's see. We just did Santa Anita race 7.
3. Did we do Santa Anita race 3?
Yes. So we've got Keeneland
10.
8. Right, Keeneland 10th, Gulfstream 9th.
So we haven't done Keeneland 10.
Right. Okay. Did we finish Santa Anita 4th? No, we're working on Santa Anita 4th now. So let's
do Santa Anita.
Let's go back to Santa Anita because I have a solid opinion there, and I don't have to spend a lot of time on that race.
Okay. Go ahead. What do you think?
Okay, so the only thing I could come up with, I went through this field, and something just stuck out on paper to me, and it was the 10 horse, Castagna. I mean, I have the note that I have here is this horse is, what happened to my notes? Drops to a $50,000 claimer, big class drop, and switches to dirt. And I couldn't find any world record holders in this race or any horses that I thought had a lot of ability. So to me, it was just a quick no-brainer. I'm going to use the 10 based on those angles.
Okay, Castagna. The only negative, everything is a positive except for me, the GSR dropping from 67 to 57. But
that's a factor. Yep.
Yeah. But it's 3-1 on the EquinEdge morning line. That's a positive. 30%. That's a positive. The win percentage, goes up, and so it's also the Scotty long shot.
I just think it was Scotty such a weak field. So I didn't spend a lot of time on it. I'm like, if the 10 can't run at least second, then the 10 can't be any good. It's just a very weak field.
It's also a horse to watch, by the way. Top win percentage, top SOR, EE long shot. So. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of positives to that horse. Let's just play the remaining contenders that I feel are contenders. We'll run them and just see. The 2 horse seems to have an easy lead. Donita Rose, who's also the top EquinEdge pick. I see a lot of prices today. I don't know about you, but we've not really narrowed down into the favorites very often here in all the races we've covered today. Have you noticed that?
Right. Yeah, that's because I think we have a lot of wide open races, a lot of horses, between 3-1 and 5-1 that are, logical contenders. It's just weeding out which one is the most likely winner, right? And I thought that because of the class drop, which is pretty substantial from maiden special to a 50 in the Calbred. These are all Calbreds, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it's a 50,000 maiden claimer, Calbred, fillies and mares 3 to 5 years old for a person of $30,000.
Right.
And I didn't really love this 4 that much, but in a wide open race for Karen Headley, who can pop with price horses. I mean, this horse has run pretty good in 2 of the last 3 races before going. I mean, first of all, it's been on the shelf in the last 3 races, so clearly has her physical issues. 14% win. It's not impossible for this horse.
Yeah, that's
right. If
yeah,
you're looking
no,
for a price.
yeah. If you're looking for a price, but I just wanted to point out also, I don't think we're getting anywhere near the morning line on the 10 horse Castagna. 8 to 1 in this field. I think because of the class drop and it's Doug O'Neill, I think this horse is going to be 4 or 5 to 1. What do you think, Scotty?
It's 3 to 1 on the EquinEdge morning line.
Yeah, there you go. So, and that's a case where I'd look and I'm like, yeah, it's probably more like 3 to 1. So I think maybe I'll get 4 to 1 on this horse, hopefully. But no way. If you get 8 to 1, I'd be shocked.
Do you know who you always have to watch out for? So Paul Aguirre was my trainer. And Paul is very underrated. I mean, he's 15%. He doesn't have a ton of horses, but man, he can train. And he loves to make a bet as well. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if this horse comes back and is ready to run a big race. So the simulator has the horse right there. I think any of these 6 horses here can win this race, and you have to take the value. We're talking about the value. Okay, well, that's what you have to do. So find an angle. What's the angle? So if we look at the 9 horse, the 9 horses had a couple of layoffs in a row. Goes to Baltus. So Baltus, I believe, was suspended for a couple of years, but now back, seems to be doing pretty good. And Baltus with first-time out horses is 20%. First race back as well, 20% pretty much. So this horse burnt some money, but I'm not going to be surprised if this horse actually runs a big race.
Yeah, contender. Yep. I don't love the layoff. And this horse has also been at Golden Gate in a $25,000 claimer, which I don't love. But again, there's nothing in this field. So to say it's impossible that the Golden Gate races are cheaper, there's really nothing in this field. And as soon as I saw that the 10 was one of the only drop downs from a maiden special weight, then I'm like, I'm not looking at it anymore. That's all I need to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you're right. The 8 would be the other contender because it broke its maiden at 50.
Going to get a nice trip from the outside. Has tactical speed. I doubt that the horse is going to go. Going to be sitting good. Here on the synthetic workout here, you can see just going through the motions early, was tapped up and responded with some spark. Aguirre is just letting this horse just chill. I mean, look, this is a nice work. First of all, the horse ran on March 15th. On March 5th, this horse got a 3-star, getting 6th of 68. I mean, this horse is showing talent all the way back here. So now all you're trying to do now is keep the horse happy.
Right. Oh yeah, this horse is in the right spot, right? I mean, just breaking its maiden, you're like, oh, I don't like to bet horses just breaking their maiden, coming back to the same level, but there's horses that are below the $50,000 level here. Yeah, that the 8's are obviously logical contender here, but I'll go with the class drop on the 10. So it would be 10. The 8 would be my second choice here too.
And Donita Rose, I mean, this horse is pretty fast, has burned some money, is going up in win percentage. What do you make of this horse's chances on the rail? Because I think maybe the 10's going to press. The 10 is going to definitely be, pushing for the lead as well.
Right. Scotty, I thought this horse was a prime contender, been at the 50 level twice. But as soon as I saw that 9 to 5, I don't want any part of 9 to 5 here. Now, there's a couple of guys. There's a guy on TVG, I won't mention his name, great handicapper. He's of the I guess the opinion that these maiden 50 claimers or maiden 20 claimers, the lowest at Santa Anita, are usually pretty chalky. They're never usually won by a. But with even that being said, I don't want 9 to 5. So I'm just looking for the little value. I'll take the drop down instead. But this horse is obviously a contender.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's look at changes real quick. If we look at changes, Juan Hernandez is on the 2. Edwin's on the 4. Blinkers are on the 1 horse for Ricardo Ramirez, and the jockey trainer combination there is nothing. Baltus is using a jockey he doesn't normally use, but Baltus is known to make a bet as well. And maybe this horse is ready to go. Let's see if there's any kind of workout. Nothing really. It's interesting to me that the 9 horse is the EquinEdge or the Scotty second pick, though. I mean, if you really look at this, I mean, this horse, this for me, okay, here's why I'm going to choose the 9. Because this horse has back class 54, 52, 52, 50, and running really good. This is more, these layoffs are more of a tell of a horse that's had issues. If this horse was not doing good, Baltus would put this horse in for 20.
Most likely, correct. So there's you have an angle.
That's the angle.
Yep.
That's the angle for me.
Like I said, don't play unless you have an angle. I don't like that angle on this horse, but I can see that it is a contender. Yeah.
Right. So that is Santa Anita race number 4, which is event number 10. We don't have a lot of time, so we have to get this in, but I'm going to go with the 9.
And I'm going 10-8.
Okay, and Keeneland. Race number 8's in 17 minutes. So we have Santa Anita, race number 1's in 10 minutes. All right, so
yeah, we
let's go.
We gotta work through. We got 10 minutes. Yep.
Okay, so who did you like? Who do we have? We got Gulfstream number 9 we have to cover, right?
Right. And I have a solid opinion on that race, and we'll go through it. So you want to go to Gulfstream, and then we just have Keeneland, and we're done. Yeah. All right.
So what do you think?
All right, let me just
number 9. Well, we did 8, right? Did we do 8 already? I want to make sure we covered that.
Go back to 8. I believe we did.
I have the 8. You have the 5.
Yes.
5
yeah, we covered that. Yep. We covered that one. So let's go to Gulfstream Park, the last.
Okay. Race number 9. Okay. Okay. Let me get rid of some of these horses that don't look likely. 9, 3. Two. All right, so the 1 clearly has some speed. I'm curious whether you think this horse is going to be at 9-2, decent odds, big pace. But look at the simulator says that the 11 and 12 have just as much speed early.
Also, do we have are there additional scratches here in this 9th?
13 and 14 are scratched.
Oh, just the A's. Okay, good. Because I have a solid opinion in this race. I didn't spend a lot of time.
Okay, who do you like?
I don't know if it's a right opinion, but I have a solid opinion. That's and that's on the 10 Super Crunchy with Paco and Trombetta. Okay. I mean, this horse has been on the turf. Started off on synthetic. The drop down to a maiden 35 claimer, 7.5 furlongs. Pretty decent race. I mean, it's been running the same kind of races and as favorites. I know this is usually not the winning profile of horses failing as favorites, but I think this is a relatively weak field. And I think it's a close call between this horse, the 10, and the 5, Riverwalk. First time maker off the claim, which I like. Blinkers on.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just think, and I like them more than ready. Actually, February 24th, I was at Gulfstream, and I liked this horse a lot at 12-1. First time turf, more than ready. I don't care what the horse did first time on dirt. If it's a more than ready, these horses definitely normally run well on turf. And I just was a little disappointed in the last race of Riverwalk. So it would be 10-5 or 5-10 for me on this race.
Okay. And let's look at the 1 horse who the simulator has winning. This horse is a lot of speed stretching out on the inside. It looks like he can even rate a little bit. And the rail is 59 feet. That's going to really hurt a lot of horses trying to come from behind. And the 1 horse you would imagine is going to be tough. So what I would want to see is who's going to be close. So what I do worry about is the 12 horse from the outside and the 11. those two are going to hurt each other. They're going to go flying from the outside, no doubt about it. Can they hold on and win? The simulator says they're going to stop, and the one's going to win easy. But that from the outside there, I will say, like where the starting point is at the 7.5, that's not an easy place to be around that first turn like that. It's just not.
Exactly.
It's just not. And if they don't come out firing, then the 1 has got a big lead early. Watch. If I get rid of the 12 and the 11, then the 1 is sitting, pretty good. But you're on the 10 Super Crunchy, who seems to be tactical. My concern with this horse is, does it have, it's burned a lot of money.
Correct. That's a big concern. Yep.
And its best race was against a 44 group. We got 5 minutes, so hopefully you start putting your picks in, everybody, on your pick and pray, okay? Modica is an interesting horse, but that was a 44 group on the synthetic. It drops in GSR. Win percentage goes up a little bit. This horse has burned a crap load of money. I can't help but want to like this one horse so badly. Jaramillo and Abreu with this horse on the turf. I mean, it goes from 1% to 16%. It ran a good race. It was only 6 other horses, though. And again, this is a full field of 12 horses. So, like, who's going to get the best trip? If we throw out the 1 and we throw out the 12 and the 11, maybe let's just say they break bad from the outside. Here's what it looks like. The problem with the 8 is it drops big in GSR. I can't get, and it's 4% to win. So I can't get down with that horse myself, although it is 10-1 on the EE morning line. Like, do you take a price horse? Maybe look at this. Maybe it's the 4. Maybe it's the 5. I mean, you could see 6 or 7 horses coming down the stretch to win this race. Like, this is not an easy race.
Tough race. Yes. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with your 10. There's nothing wrong with the 4, except it's burned a lot of money. The 10 has burned a lot of money.
In cases like that, I know I like the 10 and I mentioned the 5, but I'm starting to question myself because the money burning is starting to concern me with the 10, right? 3 times in a row is the talk. So, and again, comparing the 10, the 5 was just lost as the favorite last time out, but this is off the claim now. So it would be a tough decision between a 5 and a 10 for me, but I guess the way you're supposed to go, the 10s burn more money than a 5. So, but I still think the 10. I'm going to give the 10 one more shot, slight edge over the 5.
What's interesting is the Scotty long shot in this race is the 2. This horse is 50-1 on the EquinEdge morning line, and that's a bomb. Dropping in class. I mean, this is an interesting horse. I mean, if you have this horse and it wins, I mean.
Maybe going to Vegas.
Yeah, you're going to Vegas. Well, if that horse wins, you're probably going to Vegas. The 4 is a horse to watch, 22%. EquinEdge second pick, 6-1 EquinEdge morning line. Should we be looking at this 4 closer? Zaya's aboard.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan, but. Like I said, sometimes, Scotty, when I see something in a race and I look at it quickly, I get to the opinion that I'm not. I don't want to be confusing myself and changing my mind, but as a contender, I just think this horse is relatively slow and has no upside whatsoever.
Who, the 4?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're taking what about the 9 horse with Joe Bravo?
First time starter. Yeah, I'm not a tough spot, I think, to make your first start here. I
You're
don't.
heading on to the turf course at Santa Anita, everybody. So make sure you have your plays in.
Yeah, plays in. We got one more race to go.
Who else do we have?
The 10th at Keeneland.
Keeneland 10. I can tell you I'm on the 6 horses. Who are you on?
The Keeneland 10th. I put a thing here. I have no clue, and I need audience participation. So since we're under the gun here, it's the distance is the huge issue here. Which horse wants to get the distance, right? And I just had no clue. I think I'm going to go with the 4, Izzy Dioro, close to the pace or be on the lead, and I'm just a little concerned a mile and a 3/16, but I want to be close to the pace at that distance when there's not a lot of good closers here. I don't know. This race, I think you've got to be close to the lead. So it was a guessing game in this race. I went with the 4. And maybe I'd probably go 4-7 for a second choice, I guess.
Okay, I did 6. I did the 6 horse on both tickets, on both entries, and then the 8 was my alternate. In race number 9 at Gulfstream Park, I did the 4 on one ticket and the 1 on another. I'm going to give the 4 a break. I actually think this horse to watch, the 4. This horse broke bad, bumped and then checked at the first turn. So I want to give that horse another shot at this level with Zayas jumping aboard. And there's been some good jockeys that have been aboard this horse, which means this horse might have something in a race where none of these really do have. So, right. And so I think that maybe that horse, and then the 1 horse, 9-2 on the EquinEdge morning line, if the 11 and 12 don't break good out of that gate around that first turn, then the 1 could have an easy lead, especially from that inside post, and the 1's reliable to break good. So that's how I decided to go with at Gulfstream Park race number 9. All right, so we've got Santa Anita race number 1. Remind us, David, who did you choose? I'm on the 3 horse in race number 1 at Santa Anita.
I was all over the 4, but the more that we talked about went through this race, I changed it at the last minute to the 2.
And they're off. Moments pleasure out quickly. I'll have another kiss is on the pace, and We Miss Grammy moves up on the outside. So it's I'll have another kiss to set the tempo. We Miss Grammy second.
I mean, nothing's different than what we thought. We thought that the 4 would have the lead, and the 6 would be, sitting in second.
Off the pace being set by I'll Have Another Kiss, who has opened up a 2.5 length advantage. We Miss Grammy clearly into second, and Moments Pleasure at the rail maintains the 3rd spot. Then it's Adelie in 4th, 6 lengths off the lead as they swing on the back. 4 is
super ranked.
Disruptive Artist covers up Marina's Tina, and 3 more to an unhurried True Patriot.
Look at that. Jockey's having a really rough time controlling that horse.
Yeah.
23 and 1.
By almost 4
very, very fast.
We Miss Grammy is second. Moments Pleasure, red colors on the inside of Adelie, Disruptive Artist, Marina's Tina, and True Patriot. Into the
my
turn.
3 has a lot of horse.
Kiss,
I don't like the 5 horse pressing on the outside. I don't like that, but I am saving ground right now.
Moments Pleasure, Disruptive Artist, Marina's Tina has some run, needs racing room. 4 lengths off.
3 has horse, but it's gonna have to get the trip now. It's not gonna be easy.
I'll Have Another Kiss.
2's got horse, but needs a way out.
Center of the course, Marina's
3 has nowhere to go.
but starting to close stoutly, and Adelie is just inside of her, followed by Moments Pleasure. Here's Marina's Tina and Antonio.
Oh, 3!
On the
What
outside.
a trip!
To We Miss Grammy.
That is terrible.
I'll Have Another Kiss.
The 4's going to hold on.
4's got it.
I'll have another kiss.
I switched. I think the pace would be. So it was 4-2-2-4.
Marina Tina had to settle for 3rd.
God, that is so brutal. 3,
coming down the stretch, you thought the 4 had no chance, right? Coming down the stretch.
No, the 3 was best in the race, but it doesn't matter.
By far the best. Yep.
Yeah. Wow. And listen, you got 7-2 on that horse.
7-2.
That is really good.
Bigger price than I expected.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's fantastic. All right, we got. We'll watch this race number 8 from Keeneland, and then we'll call it.
All right, Scotty. I have to depart.
All right, I'll stay with everybody here, and we'll watch this race here. David, great job.
Oh, hold on a second. How many minutes to post?
4 minutes.
Oh, I'll be back. I want to watch the race with you.
Okay.
I just need to take a beverage break.
You got it.
And I'll come back 4 minutes.
All
okay.
Right. Sounds good. All right. So Keeneland race number 8. I'm on the 8 horse in this race. It's Vergara. You know, I figured to be the favorite. Of course, the 5-horse Lovely Princess is getting bet. Chop Chop is a contender. It looked like these 3 horses. So, David. Okay, David. Dave had the 4-horse on both tickets. Nice going, Dave. What's up, Catherine? How are you? Thank you. Thank you. Good luck to you as well. What's up, Bill? Rank as hell was the 4. Yeah, and the 3. I'm happy for David, though. You can't get them all, and sometimes it works for you, and then sometimes it works against you. Unfortunately, it worked against me there. Let's take a look at this. You might want to put a note on that 3-horse. But it just goes to show you.
Number 4, I'll have another kiss was first. 6 Remus Grammy second. 1 Marina's Tina third. 3 Moments Pleasure fourth. 5 Adelie was fifth.
Yeah, 3 just had nowhere to go. All right, so we've got Keeneland again. It looks like here's the race between these 3 horses, right? We can run this, and the 8 has more speed than them. We do this show every Friday, Christina. Yes, and that's Keeneland. That means they're approaching the gate. So get in your plays if you're going to. I went with the 8. Honestly, I flipped the coin. I could have used the 1, 5, or 8. The only reason I went with the 8 is because of the pace advantage that the 8 has. That was it. They've all taken turns burning some money. Off the layoff, Graham Motion is 19%. So I thought that was an angle, and that was it. So those of you that had the 4-horse, officially that horse paid $9 and $5, so $14 to take the lead in this tournament. All right, they're at the gate for
Horses
Keeneland.
have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 62nd running of the Bewitched Stakes, presented by Keeneland Sales, Grade 3.
Five certainly has a look.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, this is the Bewitched. Okay. Where Warlock Goddess is the scratch. Chop Chop here, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. The 8 is 3-2.
Moving into line, race 8.
David, remind me who you have here again. I think you went with the 1, correct?
Yeah, I'm on Chop Chop.
Okay.
And you're on the 8, correct?
Yeah, you got $14 for that first leg.
Chop Chop moves into the gate.
Excellent.
Okay.
Tower Bridge comes forward.
We'll see how long Vergara can hang on.
4 is getting play. And looks
Atomic
fine.
Blonde.
I don't think we had that horse as one.
Yeah,
of the
Atomic Blonde. That's Clement's horse. It'll probably
Lovely
win
Princess.
because I don't have it. That's the thing with Clement.
Last two getting ready to load. Here's Vergara. Tick, 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 boom will be the last one.
All right.
All right. Good luck, everybody.
26-1 on the 9.
Ooh, let's go chop chop.
Last one going in at the post. And they're off in the Bewitched Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales.
What's
Here goes
up,
Tower
Greg?
Bridge. Tower Bridge, first out for the lead from in between horses.
not
Has
expect-
company, though. Lovely Princess will
not
join
be
her on the
lead.
front
I
end. In
don't
fact,
know if that
Lovely
horse
Princess
can
moves
sit.
up, puts ahead in
But I
front.
will
Tower
tell you
Bridge
that's
is
a
there
more
and
advantage
gets over
for
next to the
you.
rail and saves the ground around that far
That
turn
he's not on
for
the
the
lead.
first time. And then Vergara, who stays outward from the rail in third because Chop Chop is there and fourth back toward the inside. Tick, 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 boom.
Although the 5
Is next to last here early
a
on. They
strong
move to
player
the top
in the
of the
race.
stretch,
Mhm.
and Atomic Blonde is trailing. Opening quarter win
I
from
know that,
25.
Greg. I don't know what's going on with my
0.53
volume, but it's
seconds.
always lower
Lovely
than the guess.
Princess
I
from the
know.
outside has the lead.
I have to figure that
Just
out.
over
I'm
one
not sure
circle to
what to
go
do
here in the
about that.
Bewitched, and it is Lovely Princess who leads at a length
Because
and
your
a half.
guests and
And then
co-hosts
Vergara to the
co-hosts are
outside,
usually
Tower Bridge back
loudmouths
toward
like
the
myself.
inside.
I know,
Back
right?
with 2 more lengths to Chop Chop, who's just to the inside of Tick, 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 Boom. And Atomic Blonde, who is last, but just 5 lengths from the front after an opening half mile in 49.67
Kent saying that
seconds.
the
And
8
Lovely
stumbled out
Princess
of the gate.
continues to show the way.
Oh,
Lovely
okay.
Princess leads it by a length
I
and a
didn't see
half.
that.
Tower Bridge is there to the inside and still has Vergara to her outside.
Pretty slow
who moves
pace.
up a closer third. In fact, Vergara takes
It
second
is,
now
but
by
I
a
tell
neck
you
and is
what,
just off the
the
leader's
one
flank.
has just been
Chop
getting a great
Chop has
trip.
moved off the rail, is in
Well,
between
David,
horses
maybe
in
this is going to
fourth.
be your day.
2.5 lengths from the front as they head up the back stretch. Tick, tick,
I'll
tick,
see.
boom is on the outside. And then Atomic Blonde, who's right there, but back toward the inside as they approach the
Little wide.
midpoint of the back stretch. And Lovely Princess continues to lead. It is Lovely Princess leading it by only a neck. Vergara second by 3/4 of a length. Tower Bridge right behind the leader, still against the rail in that third position at
And
the
the
entrance
one
to the
went off
far
in 3
turn.
to 1. You gotta
4.5
like that.
lengths. Chop Chop
I
is
love
fourth
that.
up on the outside. Atomic Blonde against the rail. Tick, 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 boom is last, but the field well bunched onto the far turn with Vergara now moving up on the outside to take the lead, and Chop Chop is coming behind her. Lovely Princess is still there to the inside, but Vergara the new leader. But Chop Chop is coming as they have just over a 1/4 mile to go. Chop Chop from the outside, Vergara to the inside, and then 5 more lengths. Atomic Blonde
Gates
goes
not
to
done.
third. Lovely Princess now fourth, and Chop Chop
One's
has a
got
narrow
Gates.
lead into the final furlong. Vergara
Four's
tries
coming.
to respond in second. 3 more lengths. Atomic Blonde
Come on,
is running late from third.
Come on.
It is Chop
Wire.
Chop in front. A 3.5 length
Wire.
lead in deep stretch. Atomic Blonde goes
There you
to
go.
second. Chop Chop with
Chop
Axel
Chop.
Concepcion aboard to win the
3
Bewitched,
to 1.
presented by Keeneland
Like
Sales.
a
Atomic Blonde
like a
was
swish
across the
shot
line.
in basketball when you're on the court. You leave with the swish, and then you
That's
depart the court. So swish. We left with chop chop.
That's
So
it.
thank you,
That's
everybody. Had a blast today. Thank you, Scotty.
$14. You're going to get another $14, I think, right?
Yeah, 3 to 1, probably about 12, 13. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So,
Right.
all right.
That's a good way to start.
Okay.
All right.
I'm
Well,
happy
good luck
with
the
it,
rest of the way. Rooting for you.
Yep.
Text
We're
me
rooting for
your.
you. Good.
Oh, I guess I'll be able to look on there and see what you played.
Yes. So I will monitor it. And thanks for everybody for listening in. I had a blast today, Scotty. Thanks
Yep.
as always. And enjoy your weekend. And 1 week away from the Kentucky Derby.
Unbelievable. Yeah, looking forward to that. All right, everybody. Have a nice weekend. Take care.
All right. Take care, everybody.